Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this Thursday morning following the FOMC meeting, Jerry Powell's conference. And we had Meta, Google, Microsoft earnings. Markets take it in stride, but not the bond market. We're going to talk a lot about that this morning. Gold for a little bit of a wild ride as well. Start off in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples, and let the good times roll.
He's crazy, isn't he? But you guys did a great job yesterday in that panel. That was great. Great seeing Stowe up in there. Initial reactions to the market, again, it's kind of what we expected, right? You know, the market's going to be a little bit volatile. We knew they were going to wait a little bit more towards earnings. There was some reactions off of Powell. Of course, we're going to talk about that because I think that really is the story. Equities, again, took it on the chin, even with the divergence that you saw between Meta getting slapped around a little bit and, you know, Google and Microsoft was a little volatile. Google was pretty big, though, I think. Yeah, you had some divergence there. Again, indexes took it really well, pretty much flat. We'll get to the tape in a minute. Shai, the news.
Well, at top of the news, China and U.S. reach a one-year trade truce on tariffs.
1 year?
1 year trade truce. So it's kind of a kick the can again. Trump did say U.S. would immediately cut China's fentanyl tariffs to 10%. China will resume buying soybeans. Beijing's rare earth export curbs to be suspended for 1 year. China said it will resolve the TikTok issues with the U.S. We've heard this for 2 years now. And China says U.S. to halt rule targeting blacklisted firms, subsidiaries, Chinese firms. So Trump said he was asked from 1 to 10, how is this deal? He said a 12. But really, markets, not a really big reaction to this because ultimately it's kick the can for, instead of 3 months, a year. So we'll see what happens on that. And Bessent was on the wires this morning saying the China deal signatures possibly next week. So it's still not even actually a signed deal. So take that for what you will. Markets unimpressed again. What was not discussed was the NVIDIA chips, the Blackwell chips to sell to China. I guess Trump is going to let NVIDIA and China kind of work that out, and then we'll assess whether they can do it or not, essentially. So that is kind of another negative on that. Yesterday, remember when I was talking about earnings and that, you know, all these companies are spending so much money, but they're really not showing investors return yet. And so yesterday, obviously, we had Meta and Microsoft and Google earnings come out, but really Meta and Microsoft were hit because they're kind of testing investors' patience with this AI spending spree. They both ratcheted up capital expenditures. They're going to again, and we're really not seeing any kind of revenue ROI on those yet. I mean, revenues are up, but not compared to what they're spending, and the markets kind of got spooked because they said that they're going to increase spending even more than they thought. So we did have that. We had Alphabet kind of gave a more encouraging outlook over its Gemini AI assistant. And so they're kind of showing that their revenue is paying off. They have now 650 million monthly active users, up from 44% from 3 years ago. So they're kind of showing investors that, yes, the return on our investment is working out and we're showing you the results. The other two, not so much. And so just be wary that investors are kind of getting tired of seeing all the spending and not seeing results yet. Then we always talk about power demand from data centers and how ill-prepared we are for it. So Rystad had a report out this morning and said world power demand to rise by almost a third by 2035. And obviously due to electric vehicles, data centers, just regular heat and cooling. So again, energy's not a big story right now, but I think it's going to be in 2026. And then we had, of course, Powell, the meeting yesterday.
Jerry,
Things, the actual statement, nothing was a big surprise except for the people that wanted the QT to stop immediately. They did say they're looking at December to give markets ample time to digest the news. So aside from that, it was pretty much exactly what we thought. Now it came to Powell's presser. That was when things went a little wonky because he said the rate cut in December is far from a foregone conclusion, and markets really didn't like that news at all. And a lot of people are talking about they didn't like the division that we had in the dot plots, where Moran obviously wanted 50. The rest were at 25 basis point cut, but we did have Schmid come out surprisingly and say, I want to hold. And so people are a little bit worried now, especially after Powell said that we might not get that December cut. CME Fed Watch tool did show a decline of about 15% in the odds that we're going to get a December cut. So we'll see how that goes out, and we'll discuss this a lot more, especially with our guests this morning. OpenAI is going to aim for an IPO filing in 2026 with a listing in 2027. Funny how they went from non-profit to suddenly for-profit and IPOing. Yep. And then last but not least, just have to touch on it. Remember we talked about yesterday, Bill Gates said that we're not all going to die. And so...
So nice of him to do that, too.
So Trump, obviously, said something. So he announced on Truth Social, we just won the war on the climate change hoax. Bill has finally admitted he was wrong on the issue. So...
I mean, who didn't know that? I mean, it took him that long to figure that out?
So Trump thanks Bill Gates for admitting he was wrong on climate change.
Well, a lot to take in from that. But, again, I go back to it. The story is the bond market. That's what it is. Equity markets, they're taking the ebb and flow right now. You could argue where we are in this rally, but I will tell you this. Again, the market takes every sort of bad news and it buys it. It is what it is. Until you see a change of character, well, I don't think too much about it. I just look at the reactions. It doesn't matter what I think they should do. It's what they are doing. And they took that meta sell-off, and I think they're holding pretty well. I mean, NASDAQ's still 26,250. I mean, let's call it what it is, right? Again, gold volatility, not a surprise. I think that gold is going to remain pretty volatile here, right around this 4,000 area. Let's face it, you've had the strongest primary market of the year with the greatest fundamental and technical story of the year by far. I mean, it's not really close, right? It's just been a grind up the entire year, and it's a global theme, not just a U.S. theme. So we're talking about gold and dollars, but it's gold against everything pretty much. Again, crypto lost its momentum a little bit, but nonetheless, the bond market got weak. Craig, your thoughts off of Jerry Powell's statement? Jerry.
Yeah, and look, I mean, typically, the FX markets, rates markets, commodities, equities, crypto, they move together with some various correlations, but we've been saying for a while that the equity market has been being driven by the flows, the zero data expiry flows in this AI CapEx story. And so what happens in the rest of the markets and some of the cross-asset correlations have been less meaningful until they're not, right? Until we start to get bigger moves in dollar, bigger moves in yields, and bigger moves in the commodities. And so what we had yesterday, though, was interesting. I mean, Powell definitely was trying to deliver a message. And, I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but it wasn't lost on me that the first question was from Nick Timiraos, Nicky Leaks. And he basically set him up. He basically set him up to remind the market about December being far from assured. And then later on that day, Timiraos tweeted something out signaling to people to look back to the July 2019 meeting and look at the transcript where the Fed was conflicted about how to signal to a market that was ahead of itself, right? And so this is something that Powell was trying to do. We talked about how October was 100% priced, December was 100% priced, and given the uncertainty, given the lack of data, given the inflation, the Fed doesn't like that. And so he had to come out yesterday and push back, smack the market on its hand. And the bond market did react, and we did move the odds of the December rate cut from close to 95% down to below 70, and for January now, below 50. And so combined between the 2 months, basically only looking at one cut combined. And so he had a big impact on the bond market, and we're seeing the follow through now in dollar too. Dollar yen now is pushing through 154. There was some dovish messaging last night from the BOJ at their meeting. And so let's think about it now. We have big moves now in yields, big moves now in dollar. And we're through most of earnings. We have Apple and Amazon tonight. And so we'll see how, can the equity market, not look at this cross-asset risk that's developing here from a Fed that's trying to tamp the brakes. I mean, we've talked about, what typically stops bubbles or momentums. It's the Fed tightening financial conditions. That's what they tried to do yesterday. We'll see if it works. But cross-asset wise, it is starting to show up in the, close to 18 hours after the meeting.
I think that the market is looking at this and saying this is a temporary situation. That's the reason why I think the equity market is not really turned bearish here. Right? I mean, you do see the market going down, the bond market going down with some velocity. It is always somewhat of a concern, but it's going down in velocity in the middle of a range.
Yeah.
That's the problem, right? And I'm not saying that I discount, what Powell is saying, but I kind of do. I mean, let's face it, he's out in May. Mm-hmm. President Trump wants lower rates. There's no doubt about it that the next person who comes in is going to be on a path of cutting. I mean, I'd be shocked if he puts somebody in there who says, well, we'll think about this. He would pull them quicker. This would be...
None of the five.
It would be,
All right. Bessent did say this morning that they will make a decision by Christmas on who the next Fed chair will be.
There you go. And once that comes, again, that'll change the tone again. I look at this as an opportunity. Somebody in chat was like, what's Crudele trading these days? Well, I've got a bunch of, I could read off all the kind of stuff I'm holding. I've been doing a lot more, actually, stocks and crypto lately. Not a ton of futures. When it comes to futures, I will be looking to buy the break in bonds. I'm going to be looking to buy the break in energy, period. Crude oil to me is early. Next year, I think that will be a focus. We'll wait and see what happens. And I look at short end and long end. I will be looking to buy that dip. We're not quite there yet, but I do think, when I look at the 2s and 5s, we'll have to wait and see what shakes out the next couple of days. But I'm a buyer of treasuries and bonds on the dip, and I trade for a little bit of a longer time period. But I do think that those are markets where that created opportunity and a trend that you didn't think was going to really get pulled back, and it just did.
Keep in mind that it's the breadth of this market continues to deteriorate, right? It's really the things that are working are very much tied into the AI CapEx build out. It's NVIDIA. Yesterday we saw Caterpillar was up 12%. Caterpillar is now the new AI story. We need more tractors and cranes to kind of build out these data centers. So we're going to see shifting capital into the build out story. And then when you have things like Meta today down 8%, it's a little bit of okay. This is a problem. The hyperscalers maybe aren't going to be generating the profitability necessary, but they're not going to stop building. The CapEx numbers all went up. So then, we're going to have this build out. Whether or not it, matters for these large cap tech companies or not, we'll see. And a lot of this money is going into NVIDIA's lap, right? So they're going to continue to generate, exorbitant revenue growth. But the earnings and companies that are tied into the low-end consumer or just tied into the consumer more broadly are struggling. And look at Chipotle down 15% this morning. Carvana's down. Things that are tied into consumer are not benefiting from what's going on here because the economy is showing signs of strain. We have this K-shaped economy. We have this dichotomy where the AI CapEx is booming and the rest of the economy is struggling. And if the Fed is not going to rapidly cut rates, which clearly they're not, then the help for the low-end consumer is further out into the future. And so I think that's the reason why the long end is probably a buy, from here, on a break of yields higher. That's a good place to be looking to buy. I think the bonds are going to be struggling to really sell off materially because the economy outside of AI CapEx is not really doing all that well.
Exactly. Again, an opportunity that happened off of a statement that I don't think changes the overall long-term trend. I mean, that's just my 2 cents. I will be looking to buy bonds and treasuries. A little bit of a dip here I just saw in NASDAQ and S&P. Anything hit the tape at all? I doubt it's much, but just wondering if something came out. Have you guys take a look. Jimmy, let's go to the tape here. S&P this morning down 12.5. It was just flat. It's trading 69.10 and continues to downtick this morning a little bit, 69.08.09 now. NASDAQ is 26,197, down 65. Russell's down a couple of bucks, holding on relatively good. As Craig pointed out yesterday, when they start to sell some of these bigger caps, they tend to buy some small caps and money rotates a little bit. They're the least weak link this morning. The 24.91. Dow is 47,600, down a couple hundred. Energy is pretty much flat to down a little bit. I mean, crude's down 40 ticks. Big deal. It's 60.07. Again, I think that crude oil, if it continues to sell off into the end of the year, which I think probably does happen, I think at some point next year, Shai and I have talked about this a lot, I do think it becomes a story. This story this year is we go to gold. Metals. Gold is actually unchanged right now, sitting right at my big daily pivot at 39.95. You know, it's tough here, man. I mean, gold, I think, is a great two-way tape for traders. I mean, that's where the action is right now. We talked about this yesterday. Even Leo is trading it. I know Kane has been trading
Xyzeee.
it. XY. Tanya, I know, has been looking at it. We had Lumi who came on here. We've had all of these traders out there talking about trading gold. And I think that, again, there's also micros and there's 1 ounce. Did you want to say something, Craig, with nothing? Okay. And then you had silver's flat and platinum's down $15. Silver's sitting just below 48. And platinum's at 15.85. Here we go. Ultra bonds, 121.18, Jimmy, down over a full point, 1%. 30s down 26 ticks, 117.13. Right, short end of the curve is not down much. You got 10s down 7.5, still 112.21.5, and the 10-year yield is back to 4.1. The only other thing we're going to talk about real quick is the dollar versus yen. Craig's spot on. Dollar is up nearly a full percent against the yen. Something to keep an eye on. It's flat against pound, flat against euro, flat against Swissy.
It's up 0.15%, but we are over 99 again.
Yeah, but on the yen futures, the yen is down nearly 1%.
Right, I'm just saying what the dollar's actually trading at itself.
Yeah, exactly. And so the yen is the one that's taking the hit against it.
Right.
Jimmy, thoughts on the tape overnight?
There's an awful lot of red on the quote board, except for the dollar index. I'm looking at the dollar index right now, and this has been super strong, really since the middle of September, and we've kind of in this like higher end consolidation range right now. We broke out of the old one that we were in August. We had some targets way up here. We got a little bit of delayed data right here, but not very delayed. 99.42 would be a target to the upside. So we're kind of, the trend is up, and with generally speaking, with the U.S. dollar. I know the dollar index isn't perfect, but this was the one green highlight that I saw on the chart. So this is something to think about. We'll see if this keeps on moving, or if we actually hit this area, which potentially would be resistance. And you can start that at 99.40. So that's kind of number one thing that I was thinking about this morning. And then the bond market, we've talked about this in great detail. The one thing that was interesting was the last FOMC meeting, we had a 25 bip cut, and we had about a 1.5 handle move from where we opened to where we kind of settled at support. Today, same thing, yesterday, we have already almost about a 1.5 handle move down. And I just kind of dragged across this area of resistance from that old consolidation. Now it's support right now. So, Deli, don't buy Treasury bonds just right this second. Let's wait to see what happens with the support line.
No, I agree. I mean, somebody talked about TLT. I agree. I think TLT is headed to 89. In pre-market, it's sitting at 90.42. Yeah. That's the 20-year Treasury bond ETF. Again, I just think that this created an opportunity. I'm not going to be early in on day one off of the reaction, but I am. Yeah. It's on my radar now, and I will be buying futures, and I'll be buying ETFs in this. I mean, this is a trade, again, where I look at it and go, at this phase of my career, I look for themes, and I look for where I could use futures and maximize on a couple of themes. So when I look at this, I think, again, I continue to think that energy will be a topic of conversation. I think it's been neglected, and so price has been neglected. But at some point, when that thing comes alive, That's a thing where I put a lot of eggs in a single basket. And I think similar to bonds here. I mean, I'm not going to be early coming off of an initial, Fed, hawkish tone here. I just think, I call bullshit. I don't know what to say. I think that at some point, the market then finds a way to, work its way back up in the bond market because, again, this administration, if there's anything we've learned, you don't fade what President Trump wants. It's just been proven over and over again, especially in this situation where he's going to be picking somebody in the next 7 months, well, actually in the next 2 months, who starts in the next 7 months, who we know what his choice is going to be focused on. I mean, this is not a mystery. And so, yes, let the market slippage happen right now, but at some point that changes. And back to Craig, because to me, again, also the theme from the macro side is the economy isn't super strong. The Fed isn't going to be in a situation where they're going to be raising rates anytime soon. We know that. And so any sort of scare, what does the Fed do? The Fed is going to cut rates.
Yeah, and it doesn't really seem like inflation is going to run away from us with a consumer that's struggling, right? And so, and if we have kind of the structural labor issues, from AI and just from companies that are in general, let's say overstaffed post-COVID, you're seeing kind of big layoffs across the board. Hard to believe that, we're going to have runaway inflation next year. So I think the Fed's going to feel probably more comfortable when they get data saying we need to cut to address the labor slowdown and some of the weakness in the low-end consumer. So I agree. Interestingly, we just hit the tape now, which is that Meta announced that they're going to do a $25 billion bond raise. So, which is interesting, right? They haven't, I don't remember the last time that they hit the markets for debt. So clearly they're looking out and saying they're going to be raising debt in order to pay for some of this CapEx. So again, that's a little bit of a narrative shift. I mean, we knew Meta was the one that had the weakest free cash flow generation dynamics. They've been spending a ton, and free cash flow and revenue growth has been slowing. And so now that they're going to hit the bond market, I mean, look, it's a multi-trillion-dollar company. They should just raise equity, right? I mean, but they're never going to. But so now they'll just raise debt, and so that's just an interesting change in the way. I mean, Oracle announced this last couple of weeks ago too, and Oracle hasn't made a high in 6 weeks. So it's another one of the hyperscalers that has been struggling, not making new highs with the tape. And so today, Meta not making new highs with the tape. So just interesting to watch that Mag 7 or Mag 10, whatever it is, the names that are tied into the AI CapEx story, are they going to continue kind of moving with the, with the market? But yeah, I agree with you broadly on the economy. With the consumer sluggish, and we know that the administration wants lower rates, we're going to have lower rates come hell or high water. And even the QT stuff that was announced yesterday, we're going to have more reinvestment back into Treasury bills. They're going to be Beston's going to issue more Treasury bills, less bonds over time. So less supply of the long end out there is going to keep pressure on yields lower. So the administration will work to make sure that the bond market doesn't really sell off. The one risk there, which we talked about pre-show, is just the Supreme Court hearing next week on tariffs is on the 5th. And likely ruling on that would be 30 to 45 days later. So what I could tell, so maybe by the end of November or early December. If there's an adverse ruling here on tariffs and tariffs are deemed illegal, the bond market, particularly the long end, is going to react violently negatively, right? Because this has been a big, powerful revenue source for the administration coming in. It's been a big, basically a tax hike on the American population, but it's helped the government. It's helped slow down the deficit acceleration. And so if that goes away, if there's an adverse ruling there, bonds would react pretty poorly, I think.
I agree. I mean, the timing of this is everything, as it is in every trade. I just think that what this did was stir the pot a little bit to create opportunities to buy dips in treasuries and bonds. Again, work stops, of course, because there could be headlines that does change it. And I'm going to tell you what, if those types of things start to happen, what happens with equities then? That's where it gets real interesting.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very hard for the equity market to ignore, those types of risks, those types of volatility pick up in the long end of the curve, and and if the dollar keeps moving from here, again, it's going to be harder and harder for the equities.
Exactly.
To ignore
it can only put a blind eye up for so long, right? A minute before we get into this morning's Edge Report, quick preview of our guest, and I'm going to give you the final word, Craig, before we head out.
Yep. So we have. Sorry, give me 1 second here. We have Brian Westberry. He is the chief economist at First Trust Advisors LP. He has also been a member of the Academic Advisory Council of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago since 1999. So going to be very interesting to talk to him about what he thinks Powell meant or said. So looking forward to talking to him.
Perfect guest for today. 30 seconds before we get into the Edge report. Final thoughts today, Craig.
Yeah, again, financial conditions have been incredibly loose. The Fed made a concerted effort yesterday to tighten them and push the market back from this idea of an aggressive easing cycle that would be imminent. There's been pretty strong reactions in the bond market and in FX so far. I think equities have been chopping around because of earnings and because of zero-day expiry and because of options and because of month end. But I think as we move through the day, the correlations across assets are likely to pick up. And so, if the dollar keeps moving and yields keep moving, I think equities are going to notice.
Yeah, no doubt. Jimmy, we're going to get to you for the Edge report, but please go over, 10 years bonds, show those symbols. Also, people in chat asking about what the micro opportunities are in there. Maybe we talk about, the 10-year micros, which is an interesting product. So it's about that time, everybody, for this morning's Edge report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's continue on with the 30-year U.S. Treasury bond. I have an intraday chart up on the screen right now, 30-minute. Now, keep in mind, it looks like a risk-off day. There's nothing but red. I am going to keep my eye on that Swissy franc to see if that turns green right now. It's not. Everything is red across the board, so maybe more of a risk-off day than we think. The Treasury bonds, though, is another story. I mean, yesterday we had this point of control all the way up at 118.26. You know what hit the fan. Now the point of control has dropped considerably, a whole handle, and then some. Now we just keep running down lower and lower in the bonds here. There's no support yet. So we got to figure out where that is. And we have some great targets here. And by the way, I did add that Mentor Q alert log. You could set up alerts that just ding you when certain levels are hit. And you can see that one-day min, we achieved that in the 30-year U.S. Treasury bonds. And this is a pretty significant sell-off as well. We're well below that session VWAP. We're below that one-day min. We're below JX3. We're below S1. And so we have some targets down here, 117 handle, JX2 and S2, two areas of interest at the same place. So again, I'm not sure I'm ready to hit the buy button yet, but I agree with Deli. I'm going to be looking for dips to get long here. It wants to see the 10-year notes. Deli called out for the 10-year notes. Let's throw it up. The 10-year notes, if you haven't traded interest rates, this might be a good place to start. The symbol is ZN. It's a half size. The ticks are in half size. The ATR is smaller from a dollar point of view. It moves orderly. It's a really nice market to analyze here. So I just wanted to pull this up. This is the 10-year. Again, it's looking the same. It's, there's systematic price action going on right now. We have, a couple days in a row. 2 days make a trend. I don't know, but this is a benchmark candle yesterday, and that 8 EMA is crossing under that 21 EMA at this point. Again, signaling potential, more potential downside. We have the support here at 112. Spot 08. So that is a market you guys should think about if you're interested in entering the Treasury complex trading. It's a great trade. It's my favorite for sure. In any event, that's the 10-year note. Let's go over to soybeans, though. Soybeans have been in the news a little bit, as I recall. Maybe last night. I mean, everyone's buying soybeans now. This is a January contract right now. Really, the trend started all the way back here in the middle of, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, almost the middle of October. And this is just a daily candle, and it's just rocking it up. And look at how big the wicks are on today's candle. A lot of uncertainty still. This is going to settle out maybe today a little bit more definitively, but this is definitely in a bullish disposition. The soybean. So if you're trading that, that's an awesome thing to take a peek at. Let's go to the E-mini S&P real quick. And I'm just going to go right to the intraday if I can. And we'll take a peek at day to day, what's happened day to day. Now, again, I'm looking at that point of control, that volume point of control. What's different? Well, we ended up the day yesterday. We closed below it, but that point of control is at 69.39. And I know we had events after that to cause the price to go down. And so what's today's point of control? Well, it's a lot further down at 69.19. And not a lot, but enough to notice. And so again, this is a benchmark candle here that we're seeing early last night. Look how big this candle is. It almost spans the whole range, by the way. And this was right at midnight. Yeah, that midnight candle. Then we had sideways action here, really, but now we're penetrating. We got some JAX2. We're tapping JAX2 right now. It's 6,900 even. Below that, we have S1. The previous session's close and 0 DTE high vol level, approximately the same area here. So there's three areas of interest right here at 68.82 on the downside. And below that, we could see that weekly low right there, that white line at 68.65.75. So I am definitely bearish here in this particular market. Yeah, there's some targets on the upside, but look at the weekly highs has already been hit. Jax 1 is up there. Sellers came in. It's going to be tough to break on back up above that VWAP, I think. Real quickly here, let's look at the Bitcoin, though. We are still in October. Remember, this is a monthly contract. We're going to roll, I think, in a day or two. So keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on where the volume is. 32,000 have traded so far in the Bitcoin. Again, we're selling off below VWAP here. We were above VWAP for a long period of time, especially during the London initial balance, and now we're selling it off again. We got that one-day min at 107,500. That is on my radar screen, but we will have to make new lows. We have put support in the way at 108. Again, for a risk-off day, maybe we will see some lower prices in the Bitcoin. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Brian Westberry, Chief Economist at First Trust Advisors. He has also been a member of the Academic Advisory Council of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago since 1999, and in 1995 and 96, he served as the Chief Economist for the Joint Economic Committee of the U.S. Congress. So he's both sides, the Fed side and the fiscal side. He's got experience, so great to talk. Looking forward to talking to him today.
Perfect day to have Brian here. Chat, show some love. Hit that like and subscribe button. Let's bring in Brian.
Hey, good morning.
Brian, good morning.
Yeah, don't blame me for all the problems.
Well, Brian, somebody's got to get the blame, man. I hate to tell you, you're in the middle of the screen. So that's the rule. The guy in the middle of the screen gets the blame. I don't know if you knew that. They didn't tell you that.
There you go.
Oh man.
All right, that's the rule. Working in Congress. It was back in the 90s. Clinton was president. Republicans controlled the Senate, and I worked for Connie Mack, senator from Florida, and it was a fascinating time. We shut the government down, so I'm feeling really comfortable right now. By the way, back then I was considered an essential government employee. I was the chief economist of the Joint Economic Committee, and when they told me that, I laughed out loud. I'm like, I think the world can get along perfectly fine without me, but the Senate claimed I was essential, so I had to go to work every day.
See, Brian, you didn't really know how important you really were to the whole system.
Right. Until you go to Washington, then you find out, right?
Yeah. Well, let's dive into it today. This morning, we've been talking about how the bond market is the story coming out of it yesterday because Fed Chair Powell's hawkish tone, if we want to call it that. I think it definitely was more of a hawkish tone than what it is. I'm still kind of saying, I don't know how much I buy into this on the big picture, but for now, that's the tone. Thought on what Fed Chair Powell said yesterday.
Yeah. I know everybody's taking it as hawkish, but what the Federal Reserve did back in 2008, and I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, but 08, when we started quantitative easing, we flooded the banks with reserves. And it used to be that we ran a scarce reserve model. In other words, banks had to trade federal funds every day. Some had a little too much, some had a little too, they were below where they needed to be. So they bought and sold Fed funds every single day. When we moved to this abundant reserve policy, we now flooded the system with reserves. Banks no longer trade reserves. There is no real market for reserves anymore for federal funds. So the question is, where does the federal funds rate come from? And I'm going to tell you, the Fed just makes it up. They literally make it up. I call it price fixing. And what they've done is they've separated interest rates, which they just 19 people sit around a table and vote. Like, you want to go up a quarter, down a quarter, blah, blah, blah. The other side is still the money supply. And so I would argue on the interest rate side that Powell was a little bit hawkish. But on the money supply side, ending quantitative tightening was not a hawkish move. It's a bullish move for the money supply, because the other thing that they're about to do is they're going to lower regulations on liquidity to banks. So if we end QT and effectively cause banks to hold less liquidity, I think the money supply is going to accelerate. So even though people are looking at this as hawkish right now, oh, maybe they're not going to cut rates as much, on the money supply side, it's way more bullish for the market than people think.
And they talked about yesterday they were going to run off possibly mortgage-backed securities and get more into, try to shift the balance sheet to shorter term rates. So what does this do for markets? What is kind of tell us a little bit about that, and what does that do to mortgage rates?
Yeah, I think, I think we overdo our understanding of quantitative tightening. In other words, or quantitative easing. QE, because they separated the money supply from interest rates, what really matters for the level of rates more is where they set the federal funds rate and where people think it will go in the future. In other words, if the Fed promised to hold the federal funds rate at 0 or 2 or 4 for the next 10 years, if that's what they said they were going to do, then the 2-year, the 10-year, the 4-year would be at the same rate that the Fed promised. In other words, we're going to hold rates at 0. This is how the 10-year got down to 0.6. It wasn't because the Fed was buying 10-year bonds. It was because they held the federal funds rate at 0 and promised to hold it there forever. And eventually they couldn't do that. So I think, I don't know why, but everybody has started to believe that the federal funds rate is this magic elixir. And for some reason in my brain, I go back to these Westerns, where I almost feel like I should have lived back then, but where the guy is standing in the back of the wagon and he's like, you have a headache, Ma Pa's elixir. If you have a stomach ache, Ma Pa's elixir. It fixes everything. And that's what everybody seems to think about interest rates. That somehow the Fed just can move a quarter and it'll fix everything, or move a half and it'll fix everything, or raise a quarter and it'll fix inflation. And I think this is just wrong. I watched the money supply, and the money supply exploded during COVID. That's why we had inflation. It's now come back down. That's why inflation has calmed down. And I'm really worried with them ending quantitative tightening right now that the money supply is going to accelerate again. So I'm not really worried about whether the Fed sells off some mortgages or not. In the big scheme of things, the market has got lots of liquidity. And if people think interest rates are headed lower, they'll buy more mortgages. If they think they're headed higher, they won't. And so I don't know how to explain this any other way than to say that. It's like, I think let me just throw this one last thing in here. When Ben Bernanke was chairman of the Fed, we held interest rates at 0 for 7 years, and yet we never had any inflation. And then Powell held them at 0 for 2 years, and we had 9% inflation. So is it really the interest rate that caused that? And the answer is no. If 7 years doesn't cause inflation, how did 2? It's really the money supply. And so that's what I'm watching. And ending QT, no matter what bonds they hold, that's ending quantitative tightening means the money supply is likely to accelerate faster in the years ahead.
So hence the bond market sell-off is the fear of future inflation.
Yep, that's exactly right. And I think, gold overdid it. And then everybody's reading too much into these short-term volatility moves, in my opinion, about the macro economy, that is. Gold overdid it. It pulled back. But gold is also signaling and has been signaling it's worried about inflation as well.
So the question I have for you then is, because I'm someone who would be looking to buy the bond market on the dip just because looking at what President Trump wants, and he continues to push for lower interest rates. We know Fed Powell,
Right.
his term is up in May. We know in December he's going to pick the new person. We know that
Right.
person's going to be cutting. And if QT ended, like we talked about yesterday from Powell's statement, and that's the reason why that bonds are going down, does cutting rates actually help the long end, which we know in the and when the Fed is doing that, it typically doesn't. But is now the fact that QT is done really going to keep the long end somewhat offered because that fear of money supply and inflation, as you talked about?
Yeah, I think no. What the Federal Reserve does with the federal funds rate, if they Powell basically said we might not cut in December, and I think that's the real. I mean, there's two things affecting these bond yields today. One, they might not cut in December and we were all betting that they would and announced that they would. And then also now we're worried about the money supply accelerating and that causing inflation. So I think it's a little bit of both. So even though I said interest rates matter less than people think, they do matter in the sense that if Trump wants the federal funds rate at 1%, and if you pull the short end of the yield curve down as much as he wants it to, you're going to pull the whole yield curve down, rightly or wrongly. I'm not saying interest rates should be much lower, but if you cut the federal funds rate that much, it'll pull the whole yield curve down. And so I do think it was the announcement that they might not cut in December that's hitting bonds today. And so it's going to be a battle between these two things. Is inflation really gone, or is it going to come back because the money supply is rising? And is Trump going to get what he wants? Is Stephen Moran going to end up being the chairman and taking rates to 1%? I think that would be a mistake, by the way. The interest rates are supposed to compensate the buyer, the bondholder, for inflation. And inflation today is about 2.5%. And then if you earn another 1.5 on top of that, a real return, then you get 4%. And that's about where we are. I would argue interest rates are about right. Everybody acts like, well, oh no, you can just lower rates and everything will be better. And I'll go back to this period. Bernanke held interest rates at 0 for 7 years. We didn't have any inflation, and growth didn't accelerate. They didn't help the economy at all, but they did impact borrowers and lenders. And so I have a 2 5/8 27-year mortgage. I still remember the day going into the bank to sign the papers. I'm like, are you idiots still doing this? And they said yes. And I'm like, show me where to sign. And it's the best asset I have. I swear. I borrowed every dime I could on a house, and because I got it at 2 5/8. Well, that was insane. That was crazy. But the bank now has a huge loss on that bond. And so we do have to care where interest rates are, and they should be above inflation. And today they are, for the first time, well, in the last couple of years, for the first time in the last 15 years. And so interest rates are about right today. And I think that's why the 10-year kind of is bouncing around this 4% level. Is inflation going to go up from here, or is it going to go down? And the market's just right now trying to decide that. And I'm worried about ending QT leading to more inflation in the future. That's what I'm really worried about.
I'm glad you brought that up. We only have just over a minute and a half left. I have to ask you about gold. Where does gold fit into the equation now?
Yeah, gold's expensive. I mean, I look at commodities pretty simply. I have a big spreadsheet. How many barrels of oil will an ounce of gold buy? How many tons of copper? How many pounds of aluminum? How many bushels of wheat or soybeans? And if you compare all these commodity prices in a big matrix, gold is expensive relative to other commodities. Not each and every one of them, but most of them. That doesn't mean it can't go higher. And I would argue that inflation worries are still here. I remember this. I mean, I was in high school in the 70s. but I studied it massively as an economist in the 1980s. The inflation of the 1970s, we kept thinking, oh, it's going to go away, it's going to go away, it's going to go away, and it never did. And I think the market is correct to be worried that we're in a repeat of a kind of thing like we saw in the 1970s.
Brian, we have to end it there. Perfect day to have you here. Great to get a chance to meet you and talk with you. Really enjoyed this conversation. Opened my eyes up to things. We're going to talk about this money supply in the show for probably right when you leave and beyond. Yeah. So really appreciate your insight. Again, thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Thanks, Anthony. Thanks, Tracy.
So great conversation. Yeah, of course, everybody in chat, go and follow Brian on X. Show him some love on X as well and hit the like and subscribe. I gave the mic a little scoff when I was trying to get myself situated here, but in the interview. Money supply, Shy. I love where he goes here. This is definitely something like I see a lot of other people talk about this. It's above my pay grade. Thoughts on what Brian had said.
So, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think that's the premise is, higher money supply, you get more inflated asset prices as well. But him talking about inflation, because everybody seems to think we're going to be in this deflationary period, and especially with China where it's at, and they're going to export deflation to the rest of the world. But I agree with him. I was just on another show talking about how I thought inflation was going to come back.
You were on another show?
Podcast.
Oh, okay.
I was just a guest. Talking about how I feared inflation was going to come back because in the way of energy prices. And so him talking about the money supply also creating inflation next year could be quite a shocker for people.
Yeah, I think that does make me have a little bit of pause on what may happen here into the bond market in the short term. I think maybe that gets priced in. And when that gets priced in, I think we go back to the market focusing on, rate cuts and things of that nature. Again, I think that's probably why the focus is a little bit more on the short end of the curve, because that's what they can control. The long end is where it gets really interesting here.
Yep.
And what does that do? Does it start to bounce or does it start to drive back down? Really a great conversation and an eye-opener, to say the least. All right, Shai, thank you so much. We'll see you in chat.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's bring in Farm. It's the day before Halloween. God only knows what he's wearing today. I don't even know what to expect. I mean, where do we even go from yesterday? I don't even know what to say. Let's get him in. What?
Good morning. How are we doing?
Listen, man, you know what? I mean, production, what do we get? How do we go from Brian Westberry to this? What just happened? What's happening here? We go... What is going on? What is this? Are you a leaf? What is it?
It's the classic poop emoji. Come on, Deli. Come on.
I was going to say, are you a shit?
Yeah. My true form, Deli, has come out today. You're going to have to babysit my kids for like a month or something. We really got to get you initiated, buddy.
I mean, I don't even know where to go with this. This is unbelievable. You know what? It was funny. Yesterday, they're like, "You gonna come in tomorrow, Deli?" I'm like, "No, I'm not coming in. I don't want to know what these guys are dressing up for Halloween." It totally, derails me. He's the shit emoji. I don't even know where to go. How do I even talk about this? Well,
let's talk about the fact that futures look like shit. There you go.
Let's go. Really, let's stay on point here with what does not look good. Well, let's go and talk about the bond market because that is the one that is really in the shitter. Let's go to the chart. I mean, this is unbelievable. So let's talk about ZB. So Pax's quarterly pivot comes in at 116.25. 116.12 is my support. We get down in here, I am going to be looking for swing positions in the 30s. Now, the thing is, Pax's level's 116.25. I will be a buyer in this range down to 116.12. Really, I'm going to have a super tight stop. Basically, it starts getting below 116.10. I'm probably out. I mean, I'll work a hard stop a little bit below there, but for the most part, that's a zone for me now, and that's something that I will be watching very, very closely. Back in this area, Pex and I were talking about it a lot. They were struggling with it. It bounced. I didn't get an opportunity on a pullback in here, and that's a buy zone for me. And I'm sure Jimmy and Pex will be talking about it tomorrow, but that is a trade that I'll be looking at for a swing position. And really, my targets on the way back up will be right back up to my neutral, which comes in at 117.22. So, risk reward is pretty decent there. If we were to get in this zone for a buy, it's definitely something on Deli's radar. The next one is I look at ZN, and it gets interesting here because ZN is just above these recent lows, and you wonder right in here. I have to actually ask Pax what his quarterly pivot is on this because I use them a lot. I just haven't been I haven't traded ZN probably since I think I traded it earlier this year, maybe a little bit, but not much. I've been mostly trading ZB, but this is the 10-year, and these old lows come in right around my support, which comes in right at 112.12. Really just leaning on these lows. I mean, I think if we were to dip down in here and protect these lows, I will be a buyer of ZN as well down here. Again, really, really tight risk reward here, tight stops. The recent low of this move in ZN was 112.06. So really it's like buy-in 12s with a 6.5 tick stop. Not that big of a deal either. Wouldn't be overly sized in here, but this is an area I look at for a swing and for a rotation back up to 112.31. Again, risk reward is there. I mean, 6.5, 7 tick risk to, so 12 to, what would I say? The target is going to be 31, so 19 ticks. So it's there. And who knows? We'll see what happens. If this area holds, I think it could be poised for a new high. Those are the markets I'm looking at really for a trade. Is there anything else in the shitter we could talk about? Well, crude oil, it's back below 60. We got to stay on the theme the whole day, Farm. I'm not going to look at anything that's not in the shitter. I mean, that's number one. So crude oil now finally got a buy signal for me, 57.67. If it were to pull back down in here, I'd be looking at crude. Stop is right at the recent lows. To me, this is a trade. If we were to blip down in here, I'd look at it. Risk is off the recent lows for a rotation back up to 60.92. So again, crude oil and bonds are markets I'm watching. Don't know that those trades are coming into today, but that's what we're looking at. What are you looking at, Mr. Poop?
Did you say 57.67? You got to fix that, buddy. You're off by 2 cents.
Oh,
clearly.
It's 69. I'm sorry. I don't even know why my chart would post something like that.
I've got the same spot, though. No, I like that spot. I like that spot a lot. I've got 69 to 89, kind of roughly, give or take, on crude. I started zoomed out on the daily for ES anyway, because bonds they look bad. They broke a range, multi-day range to the downside. They got to find their feet. But I generally think you're right that once they have indeed found their feet. But for equities, yesterday we talked about how we could come down and we could take out Tuesday's low. We could even take out Monday's low and just form a multi-day box. And you can see that potentially forming here, right? We could still come down and test Monday's low. We didn't quite get there yesterday. We can even take it out. We can come to the overnight low, and it would still be a consolidation range. Bearish things don't really start to happen until lower highs, lower lows back into this prior massive range that you can see. So it looks like poop, but it's not actually all that bad. Now, I am watching how dollar and yields play here because from my perspective, earnings have been kind of meh, I guess.
Shitty.
Google was obviously good. Yeah, they've been kind of shitty, right? Meta wasn't received well. Microsoft wasn't really received well. I don't even think Tesla was, but Tesla performed well after earnings. Netflix obviously is in the shitter. So if we get a situation where dollar continues to strengthen here and yields continue to rise, we'll have to watch credit spreads. But if we get a tightening in financial conditions at the same time that earnings are kind of that to me is a recipe for a decent pullback, which then puts this box break in risk. And then if you get technical damage on top of that, then things start to escalate quickly, right? So that's the risk that I maintain. But broadly holding above this breakout is constructive. And so as long as we're not getting, and for me, we said on the Sunday night show, really back down below, like, let's say 6,800, 6,812, 6,812 half was Friday's low. But I mean, we can come down here. We could fill this gap even today. And as long as we fire back out and close the week okay, I think that's okay, big picture. The highs are not good. Right now we have, both a poor high and an ETH high on ES and NQ. So it's not like you're looking at it and you're like, oh my goodness, that's a top, right? So nothing horribly bearish here just yet, I would say. And NQ is basically the same picture. We're coming in, it looks like we're coming into yesterday's low here. I tend to think it gets protected one time. The other thing to point out, and that sort of led into the classic Asia pump. Like, I mean, they just can't help themselves, right? Like they just have to compulsively bid our markets. And obviously that didn't work out very well. But if you look at the profiles, I mean, ES overlapped value higher yesterday in spite of, this big sell-off. That's not that bearish. And NQ actually gapped value higher. So again, not really that bearish. For me today, the 6,900 level is going to be a key reclaim. 68.99 was Monday's spike base. 60, I think it was 99 and a quarter. I'm using 99 and a quarter to 69.02. Basically, that's going to be a key reclaim. If we protect yesterday's low, again, it's coming a few handles away. I would say you could come down to like 90, maybe 88, 90, and not quite take yesterday's low like on first pass. But again, like and NQ actually did not take Tuesday's low on Wednesday. So it's actually still framing higher with value gapping higher. So that's part of what led to, you can't really be that bearish, and you got that move overnight. We made a new high. So we've got nothing but ETH highs on NQ. So it's really just not like that bearish, but I have in my mind that we do continue to see that dollar strengthening, yields rising, earnings kind of meh, then it might encourage some sellers to like maybe actually accomplish something, which has been some time. But I mean, again, as long as we're broadly consolidating above this prior range, I don't really see anything materially bearish to worry about. So I'll give you a second to weigh in or comment on some of that, and then I'll pull up some more levels.
No comment at this time. Brian,
Excellent. Got just stumped, huh? So 28 to 30, this lower high here is going to be a key reclaim. You can see that basically protects the meat of yesterday's distribution. And so in theory, there are trapped longs up here if they didn't like puke it all out, which, you tend to think they did. But sellers taking control of that was pretty important. So that for today is going to be like the major reclaim that is going to potentially open new highs. So I think firm bids above 28 to 30 on ES probably gets new highs. So sellers definitely need to protect that. I'm going to go back to the 30 real quick for the weekly profile. So again, you can see sort of a lower edge of value anyways, sits right here around 6,900. So that's going to be the key reclaim, regardless of how low we go. Yesterday's low and this kind of 6,900 is going to be your key reclaim for today, because we've seen a number of times that, things start out bearish. We've even opened on true gap downs, which maybe we do. I mean, we still have 35 minutes. We could open below yesterday's low. We just see that, you get a reversal on the 30-minute, and then we start making a run towards the prior day's low, right? So even if we do open below yesterday's low, again, like we could still come down. We can take Monday's low, which I feel like we need to do to really confirm balance if sellers don't completely suck. But again, it's still not even that terribly bearish. So 6,900 key reclaim, 69.28 to 30, and sellers are pretty much dead. You've got this little baby LVN. I feel like the spot, I mentioned it yesterday, is like 20. I said 6,900, 6,920 are going to be key spots. And it was during the mess. I don't know. I call this a Dollar General LVN. It's like the budget LVN, where neither side has demonstrated any kind of firm control. So I'm not really convinced to use this as any kind of a support and resistance today. But I do believe that if we do back test, I would watch that spot right around 69.20, which is currently the overnight volume point of control, basically. So I don't really want to interact there, but I would watch that spot if buyers do reclaim 6,900 and make a run for it. If sellers finally do take control of this spot and sort of force value for the week to shift just a little bit lower in these last couple of days. So that's something that I would be looking for on ES. But, again, just zoom out your daily. There's nothing horribly bearish here just yet. But it's one of those situations where, while sellers are in control, roll with that. And then we've seen numerous times that at some point the bid turns on and it just doesn't stop. So let's see if sellers can accomplish something. I am definitely very, very cautious given some of the things that I mentioned. But I still sort of require them to prove something to me. So I'll join them briefly as a rental, as we've talked about. And that's fine. I'm just not swinging for the fences on any kind of big short just yet here, Deli.
Well, those of you just joining the stream right now, I don't know. Did I have a total boomer moment? I go, "What are you, a leaf?"
Leaf?
That's pretty.
What kind of trees you got in your yard? Somebody said.
Yeah, I mean, right. Yeah. If you guys have not figured out at this point, he is the poop emoji for Halloween. So just making sure we're clear. Everyone understands the costume, because I'm definitely the one who screwed that one up. But I think when it comes to the markets today, I really do. I look at this gap up as now a really important area. In all seriousness, if we not today's gap up, the gap up from Monday, if that low gets taken out, I think that opens up a whole new world of the way this tape could change, because you had this big consolidation that we were in, and I was in my beacon indicator is going to be soon giving a possible sell signal right around 68.30. If these Bollinger Bands start to come back in, it brings us all the way back down to 6,700. Now, we're not there yet, and I have to see daily closes, and there's a lot to talk about. I'm still, I think, overall bullish until that does happen. But if we start to fall in these areas now, it becomes one of those things where we get sucked down the toilet bowl really quickly. You're familiar with that. It's a very powerful downward stream. So that's just really what we could be looking at. And so, hey, that's it. So thank you so much for being here with us today, Farm. As usual, everybody go and follow Farm and doing what he's on Twitter, and God knows what he's doing in his Discord. I mean, this is just what he's doing on NT Live. You have to go and sign up to find out, because who knows? I mean, who knows? I got to tell you, man, I love you so much, man. This is like, you bring a smile to my face each and every day. It's always fun to have a conversation with you, and happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, Deli. We'll see you next week.
I'll see you next week. Leafs. I don't even know what I was thinking. You're right, Cooper. Talk to me here. You guys could have helped me in the chat and said, Deli, it's the poop emoji. Everyone's standing there. I'm sitting there, staring into the black abyss of the camera. No one's helping me. Yeah, thanks, Street Salsa. He's coming in just a touch late for that one. But everybody, hit like and subscribe. What kind of a range do we have here on this network? We're showing you each and every day, from the morning macro segments all the way into poop emojis. It's happening. I mean, there's not much more I can say about it. This morning we talked about money supply. Speaking of money supply, next up, we've got two guys that, if you've been watching NinjaTrader Live, these two guys have been providing a lot of money supply. These two guys have been almost printing money on here. Two of the best that you can see on the NinjaTrader Live network. And so let's get right into it. Let's get ready to trade the open with Christian Trading Boxes and Xyzeee.
Who?
I'm sorry. T-Trades is with us
who?
today. And you know what, Christian, if that's my hair and I'm that gray, we're going to have a real problem, man.
Hey.
He's sipping
Anthony
espresso
Crudele.
too. Oh my God.
I'm just here for a good time. I'm getting ready to go off here soon. I got my I got my Nike Dunks here. Hello? Hello?
Oh,
I'm just here for a good time.
Shy is laughing. I can hear her through the wall. I'm in the studio. You know, we're going to have to put some more insulation in here, by the way. I don't want to be here Shy laughing in there. Oh, boy, I got to tell you, you guys are killing me today. You know what? I almost didn't even make it in today, too. And I would have missed this. Are you nuts? Oh, my God. That is epic. Where do I even go? What's everyone doing to me today? Chat, you better hit this like button right now. It's all I got to tell you. The pinky out for sure. I know. Am I pinky in it? Let me just do a natural grab. It's kind of natural. I don't know. And XY. Well, I'm sorry. T trades. Are you going to trade like T today? Timo
trades. No, I'm the real deal.
Man. I know. It's face reveal today. No one knew the whole time that T was XYZ. We should have put together like letters, there's, XY's always got he's hiding behind his head a little bit, kind of just only giving a sneak peek of the face. You really don't have full facial recognition on him. It all makes sense now.
No one's ever seen us in the same room. It should have been obvious.
Oh, God. Well,
like Deli, everybody
brilliant.
blesses you. Everybody blesses, or you bless everybody with your presence each week. I wanted you to feel what it was like to feel blessed by your own presence.
I'll tell you what, man, you are a better looking version of me. I tell you that right now. So, boys, what do we even do today? Where do we even go from here? We went from a guy who's batshit crazy with farm to you two who are really kind of threading the needle as well. Well, not Christian, but definitely T over there. So let's talk a little markets if we can get through this. We have a market that's been selling off this morning. It was interesting, actually. I think the little bit of a trigger that happened earlier was talking about Meta going to some bonds, and we'll let Craig or Shai put that in the chat. They're stirred the pot a little bit here. Meta's already been struggling off of earnings yesterday, pulling the market down. Nasdaq's down 170. You had Fed Chair Powell. We talked about that this morning, saying he was a touch hawkish. He doesn't, and we had Brian Westberry on earlier talking about how he wasn't necessarily that he was hawkish on the path of rate cuts as much, but with the money supply and then how that could impact future inflation. And so the bond market's getting clipped, and you kind of have a little bit of a cocktail here today now, where you've got a big leader like Meta Week, you've got the bond market which is struggling to hold a rally, scares of future inflation. Market so far has held on really, really well. Maybe we'll start with, we have Christian's charts up first. I'm sorry. We're going to call you Christian Deli. What are you looking at coming into today?
Yeah, so let me go ahead and share my chart here. So as you can see, the Bollinger Bands are contracting in, and that means contraction. So the overall structure here is we were sort of creating this wedge here. We are pulling back into that prior day low. If we can hold that, that's ideally the main area of support here. We can bounce back up and continue this possible consolidation that we're building up here. If we move lower in NQ, we can see 840s, 850s, and then lower, of course, the gap low open. For ES, we're back into that 68.90 prior day low area. Of course, the Bollinger Bands are contracting here. That's my favorite indicator. If we can bounce from here, then we can continue this consolidation. Acceptance there, we can see the gap low support. Ideally, for me, that would be a great daily higher low here. If we can come back down there, create a reversal, that's A+. That's sort of the higher time frame structure for the hourly here, for my trade plan for the morning. The Bollinger Bands on this time frame are expanding and broadening. So we want to be aware that price is moving, right? And if we can see a failed breakdown here, obviously price has gone down a little bit too low after I created the trade plan. But the main scenario here is, can we come back down here, take out the prior day low, maybe hit 26,000 or just a higher low, and then reverse back up? Of course, we do have resistance at that wedge breakdown here, which is around 180 to 200. We'll have to see if that can be reclaimed on a reversal back up. If we fail to reverse from this prior day low, then we can form acceptance down here and then move lower into this 25,850s, 860s. For ES, we are into that, close to that prior day low, possibly a higher low here. We need to see how we react on this bounce back up. Do we create a failed breakdown from this contraction? If we can continue to hold here 68.90s, we can reverse back up into 69.18, and then from there see if we reject or bounce back up. I think Farm was talking about that level as well, 69.15 to 20. Acceptance at prior day low. If price is unable to bounce from that 68.90s, then we can move down to that Sunday gap low support, which is scenario 2, and then reverse back up. Again, if we hold that, we can see lower, and we'll just see what we get. But, I want to end off by saying you got to know when to trade big, small, or not at all. All right, guys?
Oh, man. Well, and he throws in the boomer bands, everybody. I mean, this is a full-fledged. I mean, this is epic what he's doing right now. Timu, any chance you have your charts up? I know that it's going to be a little bit less of expensive subscription you have, so we want to make sure that it's okay.
Absolutely.
See what he's
Everyone
got.
knows
Yeah.
I use very bright colored backgrounds on my charts. And so these are white. As you can see, I've switched to order flow. I'm an order flow trader now because it's the best way to trade. So everything you guys have heard before from me, you can forget about it. We trade order flow now. So I've got volume profiles, right? We've got a nice breakdown here. Hold on, let me do some of this.
XYT.
We've got we've got a SMT. We've got this swing line. We just broke it. We got to be looking for shorts, right? And so we're sitting on a runner targeting this other black line here. Got some covers, and that's all we got for now. Gold. We like shorts. We like shorts
it's a winner, too.
because, well, if you look at this box and the line, they came up again, but they're not building any volume up here. So every time price reaches into this spot, I'm looking to initiate shorts. I did have one earlier, and it came all the way back to the runner. So that's done for. But I think we're looking for shorts in gold today or nothing at all. And for the NASDAQ, clearly looking for shorts off of this. So if we look at all the volume build coming through the market as it extends, this is pretty much the first iteration where we reach higher and we actually get a build. Not so large that fails, and we're back into overlapping volume and we're trading under it. So this could be the potential start of a downtrend. That's what we're playing. That's the plan. This is the new T.
Yeah. No, I mean, look at the commitment level is impressive. I mean, I got to tell you, I don't even know where to begin. I have to take this all in, and I almost missed today too. This was really something special. The commitment on both parts of this, and of course, XY comes in with a winner on as well. XYT. Before I let you guys go, because I really this has been such an amazing morning here on NinjaTrader Live. We're going to end it with something pretty special. Production. I think we have a video to share with everybody. This video is a little bit of a glimpse of what it was like at the NinjaTrader Live meetup that I hosted here in Naples, where I took people inside the studio, went to my club, little golf, little pickleball, little 5-course dinner. So if we're ready, production, let's play that video.
We're going live.
We're going live in the studio.
Hey, we need people to
Bet against me. This change is going to pull the trading world to places never seen before. I love you all. Cheers. God bless. Cheers. So a little glimpse into what that was like. It was really a special moment for me. All of these guys and girls in this network come together, creating a community like no other. Special time in my career. I still get emotional about it. Pax and I, we get emotional about a lot of stuff. That's why when I went around and I talk with everybody, I always got to do Pax first because otherwise I'll end up crying. We always say it's the Irish in us. I'm Italian and Irish. He's Irish and Croatian. We laugh about that all the time. But you two guys are two guys that came into my life. Very appreciative of both of you. Two truly stand-up guys that are really some of the best traders that I've been able to meet. And so appreciate you guys. And thank you to everyone that's been tuning in to NinjaTrader Live. We appreciate all of you. What we're building here is so much more than just a network. It's a community. The NinjaTrader company itself has built something amazing over the years, and to be able to unite all of these different parts of traders across the globe, really, together through NinjaTrader Live has been truly special. We appreciate you all. So hit like and subscribe. I'm out for today. You two guys, much love. Appreciate you guys so much. Have a great trading day, and happy Halloween, everybody. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Daly.
All right, Daly. Enjoy your weekend. All right, just you and I, team with T-Trades.
This chart's feeling like a flashbang. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, you took off the shoe.
Yeah, it fell off. I gotta find a way to keep it here. I don't think they realized his shoe game though. He has a massive shoe game.
They don't know. They don't know about Daly's shoe game. They don't know about the watch game.
Oh, that's what I forgot.
He's got juice. He's got juice out there. They just don't know. You just got to be there to see it, you know?
All right, so you're short. You got short on the breakdown here?
I got short right before the break and covered some. I added back on this pullback. And I would have put more on the further continuation, but I really just wanted to target this spot right here. I don't know if you guys can see this, but it's where there's a pretty big taper in volume before the next node. So mostly the target was really just to get to this spot and try to run a few. But when I trade breaks like this, so I would consider this a break trade too. We're trading momentum.
Yeah.
I don't really size all that big. I had 3, took 2, I had 1 left, and I just put on 1. So I was running 2 down into this spot, and I'm down to 1. Also, I was leveraged in gold shorts from here. So it's been a good pre-market. Now I feel like I've already traded a whole session. It's not even the market open yet on the index.
Yeah, look at you waking up early to catch those.
I know. Well, it's a special day. It's the face reveal, right?
Yeah.
I gotta get right. I gotta make sure. It helps when my chart is a flashbang, so it wakes me up when I pull it up.
Wait, so what level are you looking for in NQ? Are you looking for prior day low?
Just this spot right here, this 104, this is black line. It's where volume starts to contract or really taper off. The rest from here is if we can get back into this spot, which is what the 70s and the 60s, the 50s, and if they're gonna go through this volume, then everybody sell everything, don't ever buy again. We're going to zero. Yeah, that's just the plan so far. I do prefer shorts on gold for the same reason as NQ. We do have this attempt up here that didn't build too much and they just kind of failed it, came back through. So if price stalls right under the 4K mark again, I will look to see if we can initiate some new shorts on gold, but it's a big if, right? Because we do have now it's like an upside swing. They just tested the swing again and they held it. So this is
Yeah.
close to a 50-50 ball at this point. We're gonna have to really see if and when they get there. If though, similar to NQ, if we start to trade back down through here, get like a nice close of a 1 hour or just a decent 1 hour candle, I'll look to continue on with shorts through. So TBD on gold. Right now we're sitting on NQ. We kind of we talked about it this morning. We kind of made up. NQ was wondering why I was spending so much time with gold. I was like, it's not what it looks like, right? It just wasn't working out. So for now, me and NQ, we talk again.
I was hoping that Pride Day low would be taken out to look for a reversal. So we'll see if maybe this is a consolidation that leads to a move to that, and then maybe a reversal sets up.
You looking at
But
NQ?
yeah. Well, they're both close to Pride Day low.
Right. Yeah, so this is, it literally just tested that volume spot that I look at that just went super big yesterday. So a move back through here would not shock me, which is why I peeled off all my size. Yeah, there's a fake T trades in the chat.
Get that guy out of here.
Tom Dog. Tom Dog. You're onto something, man. You know, the white background, it's tough. It's tough.
All right, but guys, there's 900 of you. We got to get these likes up, all right? If for Timu T Trades and then Anthony Crudele. Yeah, put the shoe down. Keeps falling.
Actually, I should just run this through the open and see what happens. I'm gonna live and die, break even with this last runner here. But yeah, this would be the spot where we can see a good bounce.
Seeing a gap down across the market. I do think Pride Day low can get hit here. We're just so close to it.
So close, yeah. Aramis, I'm gonna try my best. I'm not gonna lie, I hate it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I need to drink my espresso without face revealing myself, you know.
Get a straw. I have to start trading gold for the competition. I got to get ready.
Dude, I decided for the championship round, I'm just going to look at gold and NQ.
Yeah.
I can't be full port slinging everything all at once. It's way too hard.
We can do two micro gold, right? Two or no, three contracts.
Gold is 2 and
Two.
indexes is 3. I think, yeah, T. If you and I were just looking at NQ and gold, we'd be up 4 figures. 400. Me and Kane went down instantly 600. And from there it was a struggle.
I do want to short this here for a. I kind of like the. We'll see.
Got the open in about 5 minutes here.
Gold is just consolidating here over the last few days, under prior week low. It's a beautiful range. When it breaks, it'll have a big move. Hopefully that happens into Monday for my competition.
Yeah, friend. I think you are exactly correct.
The MAs are uh 20 and 50 EMA.
Oh,
What
Fitz's
is this?
comment got me.
How is Timu Trades the best costume today, guys? Where's the
Because the
love for
people have been waiting to see him for so
Crudele?
long. No, we're gonna get T right. We're gonna get him on some order flow. We're gonna make him read a DOM. You guys want to see T trades read a DOM?
Yeah, Crudele. All right, we'll see. Let's see what we get here. ES is weaker than NQ. Just gapping out
Dark
across the
Deli.
markets. Brown Deli, a Mexi Deli.
Gold looks like, I mean, that prior bar was a pretty good continuation bar. Would not be surprised if it does want to make that move lower. Wait, chat, do you guys really not think I'm the real T? No way.
Yes, is breaking this wedge here. I wanted to take a short, but just missed an entry. NQ's leading is stronger. Wants to bounce.
Yeah, NQ really wants a bounce here.
I wanted to try a tight short here. I have my contracts up.
Yeah, you guys know that T is just an AI bot that I programmed, right?
There it is, new lows in ES. Didn't catch the exact breakdown that I wanted. I wanted to enter here and didn't come back up for me to catch that.
Good morning, Nick. My name is T, and XYZ taught me how to trade order flow, so now I only trade order flow. And this is the truth.
Thank you, stronger here.
And Q's catching a bid real quick, yeah. When playbook?
All
Soon.
right. Markets open.
Gold is trying to flush. We've got pretty bad structure gold here. They'll fill it.
See if we come down here and take out prior day low. I did want that short in ES, and look at that go. See, I gotta manage my swings as well.
ES is first. Super, super heavy. The ES tape right here at these lows. It's heavier than NQ's tape. I like the candle. So this is going to be everything for me. This down to the 2630s NQ. If they can go through this volume here, it will be the first instance since this entire move up, which does signify some key things. Keyword is if. They have found a bid here twice, so we'll see how angry these sellers are. Yes, the fractal, my fractal model. We've got a little bit of this. Bang. A little bit of this. Bang.
See if we can take out prior day low. I'm looking for a reversal there.
All right, Tracy just told us Meta's down 12%. That's something.
Yeah,
Gold is definitely doing something.
what's it doing? Oh, it's
Not going
moving.
lower.
I think it's putting a good sort of, not like a low, but
It's a good, yeah, it's a pretty good swing. It's rounded out nicely. A failed sweep under here. Trapped volume. Came back to test it. Still trapped. No one wants to trade back into it. So that's definitely not bearish for me on an intraday time frame. So shorts off the table, seeing that for
yeah.
sure.
Here's the hourly. We're in this wedge structure. I have the bull bear zone line in this consolidation around 3991. If we can reclaim that, then I think the buyers are going to take this back to maybe overnight high, London high. But this is sort of finding acceptance at the 50 EMA. Notice how the rejections from this 50 EMA downtrend, lower low, lower high, lower low, failed to produce a new low here. We instead reclaimed that and pushed up, rejected, created a higher low, lower high. So we're wedging up here. NQ selling off. Let's see what happens into prior day low.
Yeah, this is pretty gnarly here. The selling is slowly tapering here, prior day low area. See if they can punch back in. Right now, we are seeing a bid come onto the tape for sure. ES is catching the same bid. 61's big buyer. So if we can trade into the 50s, we would put a lot of buying in the 60s underwater. That would be good. So right now, 60s, we'll say 60 to 64. Big buying, very key. So I'm looking at that. Daniel, good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, we can, I mean, thank you was so close to prior day low. Hopefully we can
I
take
think
that out.
it'll tag it. So this 60s buying isn't really getting rewarded. And our ES's tape at the lows is extremely thick. Very, very thick. It's not really exhaustive quite yet. So they're gonna do further price discovery on ES on the downside for sure. It's loaded on ES. It's insane. There it is. There it is. Okay. I will trail this further, lock in some more. Yeah, so a lot of buying did come in there, guys, and that was going to be the make or break, right? Either that buying gets rewarded and the market decides, hey, look, we're not going to sell anymore. But because they didn't, that buying was further, it's like fuel to the flame. More people to kick off sides and really get the move going. So that is evidence that there is supply that's hitting the market right now, and there's just not enough buying to get through it. Right now, we're in the 30s right here. We're seeing some good offer lift. They're certainly trying to buy it, but they're just constantly going underwater. There's no rewarded buying. Every time it shows up on the tape, you're gonna stall, you're gonna hold it. They get kicked underwater, you're gonna flush another 15 points, 20 points. And it's you look at the volume build, we're building lower, building lower, building lower. They cannot leave any selling behind. Should not get along in this condition for sure. So as we outlined earlier, as we moved up, we're just seeing build, right? Volume build higher, a little taper, and they'll hold it. Little taper, and they'll hold it. They're holding at every key volume structure spot until today, right? You see this taper. It's a small build. They left it underwater, and they tested it multiple times to get back into this outside range. Overlapping volume. And if you're going to trade under this kind of activity, it's a huge potential to lead to that reversal on a high time frame. And this is what we're getting, right? It finally failed to continue. So you're going to start discovering old prices, and you have to mine the ranges. So the next batch of volume is right here, the 950s into the 920s. This is probably going to get pretty sticky. It's going to hold, it's going to bounce, whatever. But if they start to work through this, supply is still flooding the market. You've got to wait until the tape switches. Brought to you by T-Trades. I don't know why you guys don't believe me. This is it's a 1 hour time frame with daily profile candles, 23 hour profiles. Yeah, 950 is going to be the start of prior volume. So you're going to see likely more activity here. You're going to see a bid come in. It's going to be the first time they test it since they left the range. Well, I guess second time, right? Because as we were climbing up, builds of volume have been holding price. This is the very first time where a build has not held price. And we're seeing that play out right now. So we're getting close to 200 points on this. I'm going to start really trailing this. I don't even know where. I should be able to, oh man, I don't know.
We should see some sort of support here because ES is coming into the Sunday gap low. So there can be a reaction here from both.
I do expect a reaction. I mean, we're so extended right now from the 9 EMA that
What time frame?
5 minute. I only use a 5 minute 9. It's at the 70s right now, so we're about 100 points extended. We're probably gonna get a pretty good push back.
Yeah,
You
I'll be
do realize we recognize your voice? No, I'm T, and I'm doing an XYZ voice impersonation, and I'm not getting enough credit for that. All right, I'll give this more. I'll give this some more. Huge buying right now. All right, I'm gonna trail this tighter because 500 lots, over 500 lots just hit the tape 970, trying to lift the offer. If it's gonna go lower, it should not breach that price. It's a good trail spot for me. And if it doesn't go further higher, this guy, I mean, the market's gonna continue to flush. This is 500, over 500 lots. 521 delta. So we are seeing serious buying enter the market, and this is a really extended move. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
I'm going to be looking for a reversal here as we come into the Sunday gap low in ES, but I want to give it some time here.
Looks like gold is gonna look to go back to offer. So we're getting we've got a good continuation candle, and this one's turning out to be probably gonna close as another continuation candle. I hate that they came out and took my runner out first, but
NQ is heavy.
the tape is super heavy indexes right now.
I need to manage my swings. See what they're doing.
Trailing this tighter. I'm probably gonna get out here around 200 points or so. I'll give this a bit more.
All right, so I am looking for a buy here. I would have liked for ES to take out this Sunday gap low. So let's see if we can put in a, where's my drawing tools? A low, lower high, and then take out the low, which is at 68.65, and then set up a reversal down here.
Still trying to get through this 970. Huge buying. Obviously, I hope it fails, but
Yeah, let's see how this bounce get if it gets rejected and if it makes new lows or a potential higher low.
we're getting really nice IB here. Big IB. I would be very shocked if they don't pull a price up on this. This is so much buying. There it is.
I hope we can reject and come back in a little bit more.
All right, we're out of that trade, guys.
I want to buy this, but I don't have my entry here. There's no setup yet. Here's my hourly plan that I shared this morning. I'm focusing on ES because it's stronger right now. RTY is sort of leading. So scenario 2 was that we can lose prior day low, not bounce from 68.90s, come down here to the 68.65, possibly take out that Sunday gap low or create a higher low against it. But now that we're there, I need to wait for my rules to be met in order for me to manage risk on that trade idea. And so far, I mean, I think you guys know my approach already. I need a low, a lower high, and then a rejection to then have a lower high in place for an entry long. And so far, it's already had a big bounce. I mean, this is a 10-point bounce in ES for that lower high. I'd love a new low here.
Looks like they're going for it. The buying is underwater again. So just to note, another reason why you guys always see me mark out structure. I mean, my volume as structure. This is another perfect example coming off of yesterday's example, right? First test into a big liquidity spot. You're going to see that activity that you saw last time. They're always good reference areas. So the question is now, same thing as yesterday. Now that we're back in this range, what's going to happen? Are they going to bid this? If they're not, it's going to travel through the range. And then it's going to be this fill here, and then this will be the next spot. So this will also be very key, entering this spot here. So
What numbers are those that you're talking about?
so 950. So the current one is 950 to 920.
Okay, yeah.
The next one's going to be this spot right here. We're going to look, let's get to the edge of the node. So the 25, 550s to the 520s. It's likely going to be really sticky, and then they're going to make their choice through or hold a bid. So right now, yeah, this volume spot is putting in a decent hold. I mean, it's 50 points already.
I can see the buying. I'm not even looking at the DOM at you, but you can see it here in the gap.
They're buying it as if this is the last chance to ever buy the market ever again. That's what they're doing right now. So it's going to lead to one of two things. Either this is going to be the bid that marks the low. If this bid that we're seeing cannot mark the low of day, it's going to be dirty, because it will be evidence that there's so much supply that not even a bid like this can hold it. And if this bid gets underwater, they're going to have to exit. And that exit is going to be like a double barrel selling scenario in the market. So.
All right, put in an order. I have to buy this. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, and this would be the spot. If they don't hold this spot, it's gonna get cooked real bad. Just like yesterday. Yesterday tested volume just like it is doing today, and that marked the low. But it's insane buying right now. So we'll see what they can get from it. They're heading back towards the 9.
yeah,
They've got
it's
about
moving up
30.
without me. I mean, everybody wants to buy this pullback. This is a pullback
Welcome
you want to
back,
buy in the
T.
markets. Come down and fill me. No. That is
Yeah, T. We caught a 200-pointer, baby.
it's so strong now.
It's strong.
It's not gonna give it to me.
The 970s in NQ went mega bid. If they do test this and they can't really sell below it anymore, I'm definitely getting long.
Wow, that is annoying. I mean, this is ES is looking like a failed breakdown below prior day low.
Yeah, so ES is back into the 9. See what happens here.
What did SPY go into? Oh, SPY, not ES, did go into that gap low. That's what I was looking for in ES here. If you guys see, here's the SPY 5-minute chart. Look at that. Right into the gap low from Monday. Took that out and huge reversal back up. So that's what I was looking for in ES. It didn't take that out. I didn't get filled on the entry that I wanted. I think I should have just, bought this on the spot here, but this is the ideal setup that I want. And we're seeing exactly what I wanted in SPY, but not ES. And I just wasn't looking at SPY. I mean, why I'm thinking outside the futures market here, why would you not want to buy the market on in pullbacks here after the type of year we've had and the holidays coming up?
Look at this 1 hour candle. How do I mark out my zones? I mean, I just kind of went through it all. Just look for, it's very similar to supply and demand, right? You look for the spots where there's a big concentration of liquidity and you see what happens after that fact. So we'll use this as an example, right? Big concentration leads to an up move. Now, if price comes back, you know that in this spot, there's a bunch of two-way trade, which means buying and selling. If the outcome was, a big move up, you know that there's a lot of demand here. There's a lot of buy interest, right? So coming back to it for the first time, you could expect that buy interest to still be there. Now, all you need to do is check to see if it's still there. It could be through order flow, it could be through a candle close, it could be through price action in whatever which way. But yesterday it played out perfectly. And today it's doing the exact same thing as yesterday in terms of hitting that last reference spot, right? That led to an up move and finding this mega bid again. So super simple,
Yeah,
nothing fancy.
man, that is annoying. All right, so when I missed, when price does something like this and I don't get filled, what's the next thing I can look for? At least look at that. It's phenomenal. I mean, this is the type of trade that I want to put on my swing account and put much larger size. So let me open that up so I can trade that too.
I think the gold longs were the play on the second test, but we were watching indexes
Look at that. Wow.
rip a mega bid.
Wow,
This is a
wow,
mega
wow.
bid.
That is, guys, this was the A plus area, right? I talked about it in the morning plan with the other deli. We come back down to this gap low support. NQ comes down to 980s, and then we reverse back up. We're seeing that. Look at this buying, though. Rotation from large cap to the market now. So mags are taking a breather. They're pulling back. What's now, bouncing back up higher? Small caps, RTY,
So
equal weight, S&P
gold,
ETFs.
perfect reversal on gold right here. Finally swept under, trapped this volume. 1, 2, 3 tests. No interest back into this range. These guys are done for, and you get a nice up move. Hate that I missed it, but this is a really good reversal. NQs, you can see right here is this insane bid. It was either we rip up from this or it collapses. It collapses like even further from this, and you got our answer. Coming out of this spot, found the bid. We're up back to almost the scene of the crime, really.
So now what can we see? Well, since we put in pretty much a failed breakdown, to me, that is the low for the day. So since I look to trade daily candle ranges or expansions, if this is the low of the day, I want to, and potentially a daily higher low, right? I want to look for setups that will allow me to continue to look for higher prices. So if I can find an opportunity and I can enter, then my entry will allow me to essentially be buying the daily pullback here, and then my trade continue to trend for a possible continuation the next day. Of course, we have earnings and it may not work, but you have to think of it like this. If this is a, let me show a SPY here, or I'll show ES here daily. If this is, I mean, this was my daily plan that I share with on Twitter here every day. I shared that if we can pull back to the gap up low, we can bounce back up. So think of it like this. If this is a daily higher high, higher low, then what can we expect next? Another higher high, right? So if I can leverage a 2 or 5 minute entry setup right here, exactly at that low, then I'm risking 5, 10 points in ES to potentially make 20, 30, 40, 50 points over the next day or so. That's what I'm looking to capture. And this is a really good example of how We have a fresh daily uptrend. We put in our higher high here, our first higher high. We've pulled into what could be our first higher low. And from a daily structure, we can continue sideways a bit, but see possibly higher prices. And that's how you can capture, big 200, 500, 600 point winners in NQ. And look at this big reversal here. Now, what I want to see for an entry to align with this is some sort of consolidation or wedge structure above 26 or pretty much above prior day low, which ES is pretty much above it, and then continue to see higher prices. But we've most likely seen the low of the day right there.
Yep, this is we identified this as it's got to be the low or it's going to be really bad. A lot of confirmations, man, from my side, your side,
Yeah.
whatever viewpoint we've got in the market perspective, it was all there. Like, holy shit, man. Insane buying from where it should come from. Super clean.
And you know what, guys? From what I've gathered from helping, traders and sharing what I share, when you're looking at a short like that, for example, I was looking at a short in ES, but a lot of people will say, oh, yes, this can break down and take prior day low, and you short it, right? In certain structures, like the one I just described, we're in a daily higher high, higher low pullback. You have to think that this breakdown here is going to lead to a low possibly, but that low here is going to be the daily higher low. So while you're bearish here and you capture this nice move, your bias or your concentration, your focus is going to be on the short side, when in reality, we're coming into an area on a higher time frame that is strong support. And if you're not aware of that and you don't plan for that, your bias and your heavy concentration into the shorts are going to get in the way of you buying that reversal and capturing more, right? Risking 1 to make 5 to make 8 versus risking 1 to make 2, 3 R. I find that a lot of people are focused too much on the breakdown here, but fail to capture a move like this consistently. So if you can capture the reversal or be aware of that larger time frame area that you're coming into, you can over time get better at buying these lows here, even though it looks really bearish. Now there's not much for me to do other than to wait for some sort of consolidation, pullback. I would love, oh, my sticker's coming off. I would love to buy 68.93s here if we can come back down. I'll love to buy that, and then price can wedge up, do whatever it wants, figure itself out like Merritt did in college, and and then just ride this for the rest of the day. But that was a killer reversal. Wow, look at CRDO, new highs. I love that. Who's long that? Beautiful reversal. Yes, ES is, so what we're seeing, good question, Celino. Why long ES instead of NQ? NASDAQ, from my point of view, since I swing trade, is seeing a rotation out of large mags, right? Large cap tech and some semis. And so we're seeing now rotation into equal weighted ETFs, RSP. We can see that in IWM and RTY. So to me, ES is leading the reversal higher. And what I've captured over time is that can give us a better return profile for the risk that we're taking if I focus on the ticker that has the stronger, relatively stronger versus the other.
Man, both NQ and Gold, really strong tapes. trying to get long a pullback on gold at some point.
I like that.
NQ also, if it offers, we will see.
Gold is above that bull bear zone line now, this 3991. So any sort of pullback into that consolidation there, we can push up to overnight highs.
Yeah, I'm looking for that. I
So I'll
cannot see.
join you too if it pulls back here. I'll keep an eye on it. Man, what a bounce. What a bounce. That's the
It was so clean on gold, I missed it. It was the decision they made was so clear right here that look, we're not going down there anymore. Move through. Just I think this is when they were putting in that mega reversal on the indexes, so we were just staring at the indexes. But this was super nice, man. I hate that I missed it. True. XYZ does not use a white background. He uses the far superior dark background. But T-Traits, who I am, I use a light colored background, yes.
can I share my plan for NQ? Sure, I'll go over that briefly here. Just beautiful. Look at that continuation. Wow. So the plan for NQ was if we can see a failed breakdown from this wedge, this hourly multi-hour wedge that we were forming into maybe 160s, 180s, if we can put in a failed breakdown there, we can bounce back up. We did not see that. We instead saw scenario 1.2, which was a move to prior day low, 26,000, saw a failed breakdown of that, and now reversed back up. And now we're bumping into the breakdown area. So right now we're living in scenario 1.2. We need to now form acceptance at this 180s in order to see scenario 1, and then we flip for a move higher. Inside here, we can see a little bit of ping pong action until we can form some acceptance and then push up higher. But that was a fantastic, low. That's the ideal area where you want to be looking for a low. Just, it's picture perfect.
So NQ is bumping up against the greatest squiggly line of all time right now. T-Trade's favorite squiggly line, the 24-hour VWAP. Gold is potentially, honestly, this is a great candle to try to play off of too. Insanely bullish engulfing 1-hour candle. So we're looking for I'm looking for bids right under the 4,000s, just if they can bless us with that opportunity.
Man, these semis are still strong.
Keeping a close eye on NQ. VWAP is a big deal. This 5-minute candle does not look too great.
You looking short?
No, I will short if they start to climb back through this range, below the 100s. But that's a potentially big if. The order flow, the tape, delta, everything you can use to gauge this is insanely strong. Gold is just doesn't want to even pull back. It's just got other plans. Yeah, and Q can definitely chew through supply here. So I have it marked now as a kind of like a stop spot. The 130s to the 160s is should be heavy supply by now, and we are seeing that. So
Yeah, we're
the
back
reason I'm not
testing the
like in a rush to
breakdown.
just short VWAP blind is if this down move does happen, there's so much of a runway, there's no rush to get in. I will see what happens. Especially right, okay, look, right now in the what 115's price on NQ, there's 500 negative delta selling. So now the question is, can they even get what they want? If they keep this 500 delta, this selling under the 116's offsides, this thing's just gonna rip even harder to the upside. So now that there are more hands being shown, we're just gonna see if, you know, what decision they make with this.
No
This
pullback
is
in gold
wild.
yet.
Gold just doesn't even want to pull back.
I would buy a pullback there.
I wanted about 4 points lower for gold to get in, but it's a no-go.
It took out prior day's lows and reversed as well.
Can you take a look at gold chart right here? So it's a pretty good hold here. And huge bar out, obviously this up move. So I want to get in on this range right here, this line, this low volume spot to get along, to go alongside this move up into the 40s, but gold's got other plans and that's okay. And Q is seeing rewarded selling for now. I want to see how far they can push this and a failed pullback upwards to get short. And if they are not able to push this further, I would not get in the way. So that
Yes,
being
they're
said,
not.
I
Look at
did
that. Look
just
at that
come off of a
reversal back
trade.
up.
Yeah, I don't know if they have what it takes to really push this thing lower. So there's big selling going on and it's offsides. That should say a lot. If this much selling can't push price lower, get long or be wrong. That's it. Just stay out of the shorts or get long. That's all I can tell you on both products at this point. Some serious
Uh,
selling just went offsides.
I wanted to pull back to 93 in ES, but it's still so then form a wedge, but it didn't quite get there. We're now consolidating here, so maybe there's a setup here, but we did backtest for both ES and NQ. We backtested the breakdown, the big wedge breakdown, and so we're stuck between support and resistance here. NQ, this 170s, 160s, 170s area. ES, this 69.10 to 18 area. So we can see a little bit of chop sideways action here as we maybe chew through that supply.
Yeah, they're working on it right now.
No setup here yet for me, but I mean, this one's higher. Look at that.
I do like this though. I think the market's relaying some good information right now for what could be the rest of the day. And it's just a directional move up. This hold is very significant. And if they can't even access this range that this candle spent almost all of its time on, it's just gonna likely go back through. But we'll see. I mean, they're still making that choice right here. They found a supply that willingly stepped down after the flush, and the question is, do they chew through it or do they just lose steam and we go back lower? Just wait for the information. So it's like this is the knife fight, right? You don't really want to get in the middle of it. Just wait for the outcome of the knife fight. You'll get a better idea at which direction it's going to give you more edge. Do
Gold is
note
already going
that
for that
the
overnight high.
115s, I just want to mark this. This is huge, huge sell. Where's my hotkey?
Gold is so strong. That's a pullback you want to buy. We have an hourly reversal.
Gold is, oh my God, they ran to overnight high already.
Yeah, it's starting a new hourly uptrend. I'm a buyer of pullbacks there. Look at that. That's so strong. Not much to do on the ES and NQ side. Like Timu T Trade said, we have to wait to see who wins this negotiation.
Yeah, 100s to 115s is the key for me. It's either we're going above or below that, and obviously we're transacting lower. Want to see them come back into this and see what they do with the order flow in this range.
Entered long ES at 6,900. Oh man. Hope it goes for you with that entry.
We're getting a really bearish 2 bars here on the indexes. Keeping an eye on this. There's an offer that's just driving right now. So I'm going to get short with it. I'm in one lot right now because it's like a break. I don't like to just get crazy with size on a break. I like to just ease into things. So we're going to sit on one right now and see what's up. The offer is refreshing pretty heavily here. Adding another one on this push. Going to tighten up the risk. So we are in shorts. Gold is just all right. Yeah, gold's got other plans for sure. I'll see you later, gold. So as price continues lower, I'm going to start to tighten this risk. I don't like the fills enough to add any size to this yet. I'm just going to give it some time, give it some room. They caught some volume right here. There's a bid right under overnight low. I need to see this bid get run through or I will get out of this trade. I'm going to get out of that trade before it gets any further against me, and I'm going to gauge the tape again. So huge buyer overnight low, huge.
Yeah, this is to me a potential higher low that I'm still watching here. ES as it backtests 93. If it can hold here, form acceptance, that means that we essentially saw a failed breakdown of prior day low and 93, and now we're holding here, creating a higher low. We can wedge up, consolidate, form that acceptance, and then I'll engage in a new setup long here.
I actually would prefer the long too. So I'm hoping that they put a hold. They're building it higher right now, which is good.
NQ is for sure a little bit weaker. I mean, it's going through some emotions due to Meta and Microsoft gapping down.
I'm going to try the longs and Q. If it trades the low 80s, all right, it's trading low 80s, I'm out. I'm not going to give this too much room. Gold looks like it's finally maybe pulling back. I think gold's a little too far from me right now.
Yeah, I need a good pullback.
I want to see them hold this low again. If not, this is a flush and I have to watch it go without me because I got out of that short. Yeah, continuation flush. Bearish 5 minute. Yep. Double barrel dojis.
So NQ's coming back down to prior day low, this 26,040s area. I mean, that was a good rejection from that wedge back test into
Right.
160s. Yes, it's down here back testing this 93 now. Oh, do I have my indicator for this?
Back above overnight low. We got a bid coming in right now.
I do. There we go. All right, so I'm watching if this becomes a higher low, and then we can start some sort of a wedge structure. If not, this can reject back down, but I'm not myself not interested in shorting just because of the type of low we saw recently. And if we can hold up here, develop structure to confirm that we're sort of finding acceptance above 93, then we can push back up higher. For NQ, that would mean acceptance above prior day low and a push back up. Yeah, look at that. It is a little bit
I'm in the
choppy here.
longs.
You're in longs?
I'm in the longs.
I want to
I only got
try.
2 lots. I'm willing to add depending on how they shake this out, but I think they might run to a TP first. See if they can run it back to VWAP. This is the spot where they found huge selling earlier. So I am really keeping an eye on this risk. I'm gonna peel out of this before my stop loss if it fails.
I took a aggressive entry here at the reclaim of the 9 AMA lower high, but it might be too choppy for me to be looking for an aggressive entry, and it might need more consolidation. Yeah,
Getting out of that. Yeah, I had a pretty good move out of that too.
I'm gonna wait for
About
the
getting back with your ex.
consolidation here. If it just chops here sideways for the next now hour, then it's not gonna be.
I'm back in the longs. I like it feels like the tape is turning right here. So I'm gonna give the longs another go. Keeping my eye on the flatten button.
Gold took out overnight highs. Now it's pulling back. See if it can create a setup. I'll buy that one. Here's ES hourly and NQ hourly. You can see that both back tested that wedge breakdown and rejecting pretty hard here. Same for ES here. I got to move these scenarios over. So it's just stuck between support and resistance here. It's negotiating. NQ's lower. It might want to have followed to the lower here if we can't hold.
Oh yeah. I'm about to take a 4 lot stop. Yep, just took that. Gold's still waiting. Man, that tape flipped right on me. So this is proof. This is proof that the VWAP, 24-hour VWAP, is the greatest squiggly line of all time, guys.
Yeah, solid rejection. Stuck today's pretty much stuck between support down here, where we saw the big reversal, and then resistance, which was that back test of that hourly breakdown. So in here, we can expect for both ES and NQ to be in a range below between the recent high that we put in and then the low that we reversed from, until we find acceptance at either side and then attempt a directional breakout higher or or lower.
Takeaway, is it that obvious? Mr. Butters, yes. Yeah, honestly, obviously in hindsight, this is where that huge selling came in the market, and to try to grab that reoffer from here was obviously in hindsight the play. But it's really hard to want to fade a complete, it's not even like a V shape. This is a check mark reversal. Still in higher low hold territory. So we'll wait for
Yeah, 93 still holding an ES. This 26,000 is still prior day low and NQ still holding. It's just a little bit of chop here as we figure out what can be the next directional move. But if we continue to hold here and we don't give up much lower, then this is going to be a correction through time, and we're going to move back up. It's tough with more earnings coming up. Do we see more chops, sideways action? Like if you caught this reversal long here from the lows, then I would just sit and wait.
Your day is done.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
I've got a 50-point rotation setting right now. White noise.
Let's see what happens here. So far, just price is now going through a figure itself out structure.
64s. I'm looking at 68 to 54s. Looks like it's going to be pretty key.
All right, gold is taking a breather here. Let's see if we can form a wedge. And then I would engage in a new long.
Wally Wally. These are Heikin-Ashi candles. T uses light charts.
Oh, what's
And I'm
happening with
T.
Tesla here? Tesla, no push into all-time highs. All right, so we put in a good, that looks like a good low there, higher low. Let's see if we can build structure above 93 in ES now. NQ took out that prior day low again and attempting some sort of relief bounce. If he can't hold here, then we might make new lows.
All right, I'm going to look to peel off some of these profits if they can get above overnight low.
Oh, you got long?
I am long. Yeah, I was just scaling into it slowly. I'm eyeing like right above the 68s to hold a bid. If they can hold a bid above 68s, we're good to go. But I'm keeping a close eye. I'm ready to just flat and scratch this thing too. But it's going to be key. These 60s is super key. Gonna give it a chance. Oh, I'm out of there. I'm out of there on that wash. I'll get back in. So I scratched that right there on the wash, but I'll get back in. I was up to 5 lots. Didn't want to give it too much of a leash.
Yeah, it remains weak. What do I got to do about Tesla here?
They had their chance, yeah. That was gonna be the key. Has to be building above 68. If not, you got to get out.
Yeah, weak. Man, do I got to close Tesla?
Yeah, gold's got a lot of room though. It's dropping now, but it's such an extended move. They've got a good range that they can come back to.
Yeah, it's just mixed market here. You have large cap tech that is down and it's weak, and then you have cyclicals that are stronger. We're seeing rotation out of these mags. Nvidia weak. So it makes sense why we're seeing this range action now. And instead of seeing like direct follow through higher, Tesla weak.
I think this continues lower. We've got a pretty nasty shelf on the ES profile right now. I want to see them pull up a little higher. Towards the 40s, maybe.
I am Anthony Crudele. Okay. Yeah, axial. Right. We have almost 1,200 in here, guys. You got to give us some love for the network. You have Team with T Trades here. You have Anthony Crudele. Let's get those likes up for those guys. Share, do all the good things.
See if they can trade into these 40s.
ES is holding a little bit better than NQ.
Yeah, they're catching this bid again, which, well, don't want to fall for that again.
All right, let's see if we can put in a higher low here against the low. And set up a higher low that can push price back up. I am interested in a 2-minute, 90-minute reversal here. Let's see how we reject. But it's still just range bound. It's if we fail to hold 93, then we can see new lows. If NQ fails to hold this 26,020s area, then this is a zone right here that it's at, then we can see new lows. Let's see if we can set up some low there.
They're either going to crack this low again or this thing can reverse from here. Scratch my short for now. They might have tricked me out of that short. But Looks pretty strong. So I'm keeping an eye on right above the 20s in the 30s. It has to offer. There's so much buying. So I scratched the first short break even. I'm back in now. Smaller size. I only have 3, so still ready to scratch this out if they cannot push because we are seeing a passive bid enter the market. I want to see them get offsides again, or I'll scratch this again. So it's got to happen now. Not going to give it much of a leash here. I'll scratch this thing right out.
What are you looking for? Short or long? I didn't catch
I'm
that.
short, but I'm not giving them any leash. They either push this now or I'm scratching this. So they're reloading this offer. And as soon as they stop reloading this offer, I'm gonna get out. Yep, they're not reloading it. So there's the reversal. Dude, that was a clutch cover, man.
All right, so yes, we're into that support area for me. So can this be that higher low? Aggressive me wants to take a reversal here, but based on the tape, I kind of want to wait.
So this is where in my trading, this is where I love to interact because these are the key decision spots where if you're wrong, I mean, you could even like just right there, I scratched out with no loss. But if you're wrong for little. But if you're right, it's gonna be very good for you. And it's this kind of two-way tape, very contracted, small range, big buying and big selling. That's why you need to have quick fingers. Yep. Voltage, I closed it out as it was coming back to my entry. Yeah, so on the level 2 voltage, I was looking at a pull stack and I'm sitting in it as the offer is stacking up over and over. As soon as they pulled, I took my trade off and the market just ripped. So you gotta use hotkeys if you're using the Dawn, guys. Gotta.
All right, so we're
This
seeing
is
good
a
low there.
good reversal. Cooking.
If we can come back down here and create a higher low, I'll look to buy that. Something like this. Higher high, higher low, and then see if we can bounce back up. And then that'll be like an aggressive entry for me. I'll put a buy limit order here. But this is what we wanted to see into that 93 zone. NQ into that 26,000 20s area. We have a good higher low here now. So we can hold this. We can see a bounce back up higher.
It's a
But
good
to me,
structural spot too.
this is just sideways action. And, we'll see if something can happen. But it's not the best conditions. Do I get filled here?
I like where they held on the downside. It's right outside the edge of volume on NQ.
All right, I'm trying it. This is an aggressive, I like to call it aggressive 9 MA reversal entry for me because I'm not waiting for the wedge. But based on the earlier action,
There's an offer reloading on the DOM, so I'm waiting for that to just go away. Then I'll get
let's see if
long
we
with
can
this
push
thing.
up. We'll have to see if we can continue to hold, but that could be a potential higher low. And we can continue the correction through time. Now, if you guys remember earlier, I said that, hey, we have a range from the low to the recent high on a backsis of 90, 93 area. Can we create a higher low and then maybe wedge up? So my entry is on a potential 9 MA reversal off that potential higher low that can see a move back up. It's an aggressive entry. I typically would not be looking for an aggressive entry in this tape, but I do like the low that we put in earlier. So I'm okay in putting this trade on and seeing if it works out. If not, then I'll just take a stop and I'll continue to wait and see what happens.
I like this reversal. I'm giving it some room on this. Risking about half my profits at this point on the day for this trade. I think this could be a banger. So something small, big, or not at all, right? So if this cuts me here, guys, I'm making a peace with my stop right here. This is about half the day's gains that would be given back if they take my stop here, but I'm willing to risk that for this potential reversal.
No bid yet for gold on this pullback. All right, so just dancing around here. Yes, continues to show more strength in NQ. Again, we're seeing rotation out of large cap tech into the rest of the market. We can see that in RTY. We can see that in industrials. So reason why I went with ES here versus NQ when I typically trade NQ, it's just relative strength.
ES is a huge iceberg that just broke through.
Yeah.
So this is key. The 900 is very key. There's 3,000 lots that hit the offer. They need to be rewarded. I'm gonna sit in this with some momentum here. This is potentially a very good trade. Willing to live and die with it.
Let's see if we can get that move back up into, again, we're in a range in ES. So think of it from that low to the recent high. We came in, we put in a higher low. We're still holding that 90, 93 zone here. So my idea here is that we can push back up to test these highs. I can hopefully take a half off and then maybe it continues to consolidate. I mean, I don't have high hopes for this just because I do think we can be in a range bound day. But if we're in a range bound day, why would we not test the edges again, right? That's what I'm thinking. But we'll see. We'll need NQ to also lift up from here and help push the market higher back up.
If they can hold this pullback here, we're clear skies. If not, I'm gonna call it a day for myself. Book half the gains that I made. We did have almost 4K open profit on that push, but honestly, anything under overnight low is not part of the plan for me. I wouldn't take it.
The price action is not that bad. I can't read your name, Lang. It's just, you have to sort of think of the day that we're in. We came in to test support. We have more earnings coming up. We have distribution in large cap tech, rotation happening. So it makes sense that you see this type of day. NQ cannot bounce. So ES, if ES can not hold here, then we'll see a break lower. But let's just wait and see what happens. Hourly candle in ES is forming like a doji. NQ is fairly weak here. Look at that.
Oh,
ES wants to push.
Second best squiggly line, 9, yes.
Let's see if we can push out to take me out for half of the trade. So far, so good. ES is leading. We just need NQ to bounce now.
So they took me out just to get back, huh?
Give us that bounce. If not, we're not going to. All we're doing here is so far in ES at least. NQ is weaker. ES is correcting through time.
Yeah, guys, at some point, you got to take your chips off the table. The market told me get my chips off the table. I mean, even if this works from here, right? Plan goes through, everything is good. It is what it is.
Yeah.
There's been so many days where I give back half and I keep going and I don't think it's ever turned out good. So that's kind of like one of my cutoffs.
Yeah, you have to. You have to manage that risk. See, we need NQ to bounce. If it can bounce, and we're good in ES. But it's just, large cap tech is going through this distribution. Pretty big rotation out of tech.
Chris. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Chris. The guy that won the robe, he said his robe just came in. He
Oh,
says
really?
his account, his name is Chris too. He says his account tripled already.
Oh, because he's training with the robe? Sick. All right, let's get NQ to lift here. And then we can get ES push up. Come on. Market only goes up. We needed to go up. Guys, if you guys like the stream, the more likes we get, the higher price goes. Remember that. Take it from Crudele here.
Anyone knows it's Chris Daly.
It's all about the market environment, okay? Let's see, where are my Bollinger Bands here? Why don't I have them up here? Who do I call for that?
Shorts removing their likes.
Okay, so Bollinger Bands are contracting and then they should now be expanding soon. You can see that here in yellow. It's a really important indicator. It measures the contraction and then the expansion. It's like highly suggested. Jim, there you are. ES is leading. We need NQ to bounce here. NQ's bouncing. There we go. Give it to us. Now, ES is, let's go back up to the top of this range here and take me out for 1.5R and it can do whatever it wants after that. I have a golf session here soon in the best club in Naples, Florida.
Ooh, gold is where it needs to be.
So weak ever since that bounce. All right, Latifa, ES can push up. NQ, we need another push up higher here. ES can give us that push into the last swing high area. That would be great. My trade is at 1R here. I think we can still see a little bit more because NQ is bouncing here.
Thing should be able to get to 100.
This is the Bollinger Bands. This is the, we're now breaking above the Bollinger Bands. And so we want to know that is considered an uptrend. Let me mark them. There we go. We're above the Bollinger Bands now. We are hopefully getting to my 1.5R target and there we go. So I half off at 1.5R. Clear expansion out of the Bollinger Bands. Can we continue the reversal from that Pride Day low test? Remember, guys, we're still inside that daily candle expansion. What did we see? Let me touch on that again. If we are If you guys can show my full screen for a sec. If we are in a higher high, higher low on the daily, higher high, higher low, higher high, then wouldn't it make sense that on an hourly time frame, this is seeing a failed breakdown below the, let me take off my zones here. A failed breakdown below prior day low into that gap up low and continue higher. That means on an hourly perspective, we need to see a big failed breakdown, some consolidation, and higher. So now if we go to the 5-minute here, what did we see? We saw a reversal of that prior day low into that overnight, that Sunday gap low. We saw some consolidation, right? We bounced up, put in a higher low, continued this consolidation that I talked about, and now we're seeing a continuation of that. So even on the smaller time frame, you're seeing a higher high, higher low, potential higher high, right? So it's the same structure that I'm following, trend structure, market structure, whatever you want to call it. It's the same structure that I'm following along every time frame in order to help me participate in that daily pullback. Excuse me while I take my espresso here, but that daily pullback with a lower time frame entry, and that's pretty much what I'm doing here, and what you guys are seeing. And now we wait and see if we can continue that daily candle move higher, right? But thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, guys, let's get those likes up. We're doing really well. 500 here. We have almost 1,200. I think it deserves more. We have a face reveal by Temu T Trades here in a bit, and hopefully it's a big event. All right. Look at that rejection off that. What did I say? Range, right? We have a low, we have a high, we pulled in and created a higher low, and then we moved back up to the other side of the range. So I had my 1.5R target there, funny enough, and we rejected back down. So my trade was half off for 1.5R. If the rest comes down and stops me out, well, I still made 0.5R. But NQ remains, sorry, T Trades remains, not T Trades, NQ. I'm reading the chat and then I'm looking at the chart. Are you muted?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, XY is asleep, full gluten. He got fired. It's the T Trades show now. So yeah, Nick, I just got reminded why I broke up with NQ. It took a bunch of its money back. Toxic relationship, man.
This trade paid for my espresso.
Dr. Steve. Dr. Steve. Love the emotes, man. Free XY, yes, please. He was unjustly canned from the show.
Do we see
Rumor, word on the street is he'll be back later for the afternoon stream. Word on the street, I don't know.
I'm gonna see if I can buy this gold here.
Yeah.
Just two contracts here, so I can get ready
Look
for the
at this
competition.
4,000 gold long, dude. See, I would have had this if NQ didn't take half my money back. This is what happens, guys. When you start giving money back, you gotta lock yourself out, and then you miss out on the good stuff, but you just gotta live with it.
Yeah, it happens. So you can see price is back below the Bollinger Band, and now we're back in the middle of the Bollinger Band. And Did I not say we were in a range bound action? We can see that, right? We have additional confirmation that we're just in a range here. We moved up to the top of the range. Fantastic, good for us. I was able to take some off. Can we come back down to 93, hold again, and then maybe at this point bounce and start forming acceptance into the top of the range? If we get that acceptance, then at that point we can see the move higher that can possibly happen. But so far, it's just a range bound day. And we need to build structure into 69.10, 69.15 in order to see higher prices. If not, I mean, NQ is very weak here. Gold is maybe no entry in gold. Yeah, it's Crudele, guys.
Man, that gold rebid was so clean.
Do I ever add two positions? If so, how do you? Not often. What I do instead is I just put my swing account. I'll buy ES or NQ in my swing account, and I'll ride that out. Like that one, I will follow the trend. All right, so I took a long in NQ, but stop market. We'll see if it does continue higher from here. I'm just messing around with that until so I can get comfortable trading it for the competition. So not really interested in seeing what happens.
You say you're messing around with it, but you're gonna want to stay.
Yeah, you think so?
I know so.
Oh, my bad, player.
I know so. Next thing you know, you're wearing a gold chain, gold hoop earring, maybe.
Yeah, Enki's not doing well here, which is why again I went with yes, right? And we're seeing that. I'm talking about that rotation in cyclicals. I probably won't touch silver. That's too much at this point. All right, where is my R targets for gold?
Full gluten, you crack me up, man.
All right, let's see if gold hits. Although I don't know if it will. NQ pretty weak. Yes, back below the middle of the Bollinger Band. If it cannot reclaim it, then we're gonna go see the bottom of the Bollinger Band, and I will get stopped out on the rest of my trade. But thankfully, I did take a half off at 1.5 R, so this trade will still be profitable because I would have netted 0.5 R, and that's good, right? I get to keep my mental capital protected, even though the trade didn't work out and maybe the trend didn't happen like what I had hoped for. Hey, guess what? I still made some lunch money, right? And if I can do that over time, then a lot of the trades that fail, I'm still protecting my account. And maybe NQ gold moves here, and then I make my points there. But gold very weak.
Are you long gold?
Yeah. Sorry, NQ very weak. I'm long ES. It's at break even. I'm long gold, which I'm up 3 points, which I don't even know what that means in doll hairs.
You're up how many points gold?
3 points.
3 points, 30 ticks. Yeah.
Oh, is my math wrong? Maybe. $1 a micro? So why are we only trading 2 micros for the competition if it's $1? All right, so it looks like I'm gonna get stopped out here on the rest. And then that'll be it for my trade in ES.
I don't know why people in chat keep saying that I'm XYZ.
Yeah, the disrespect.
Isn't it obvious? Look at my white chart. Look at this.
I'm getting ready to go to my country club here and hit some balls, guys. In my sick shoes here.
Very,
Just,
very expensive golf shoes. Very
I'm
fashionable.
just a big golf and sneakerhead. The best dressed in Naples. All right. And don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. What's my handicap? A 1. All right, so we're still holding that 93 in ES. It's struggling here. NQ's lower, but ES is putting up a fight. Gold is just dancing around. Not much to do though. What's Tesla doing? I feel like I got a close Tesla. It's not going to bounce. NQ's so weak. Just seeing a lot of distribution from large cap.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised they didn't hold that and just continue higher.
Wow, Amazon bouncing back up. Google back up. Just weak action overall. Look at that
Do I like
NQ.
Lincoln Park? I love Lincoln Park. So,
Oh, sorry. I
muted.
was muted. They snuck me. Good to see you, T. How are you doing?
Good, good, good.
Good. I thought I was going to get to stream with XY today. Are you coming on the
He
afternoon
got
or?
fired. He got fired. So
I
Uh,
fired
Shab
him.
texted me in the morning. She was like, "Emergency, I need you to take over. This guy is out of control. All he does is show up late to every stream and talk about
Yep.
gambling. We need him gone immediately,
I
expeditiously."
didn't like
She
it.
said.
I knew that dude's blackjack metaphors were going to get him in the end. I told him, every day we'd get off stream and I'd be like, bro, nobody likes
Bro.
blackjack but you and me. We can't keep talking about this.
Yeah, honestly, I better for it. Better for it.
We
Word on
like
the
you
street
more
though is he's
anyways.
gonna force his way back into the streams in the afternoon. So,
Well, that's good. I mean, if he gets in, I'll deal with him later. That's fine.
well,
It's
you know the whole Japan thing, it was kind of like it's not real. It was like the um more professional way to do it. He's not actually going to Japan. They just fired him. And so like kind of like the ruse is like, "Oh, he's gonna be gone." And then he never comes back. Like, you know how they do it.
Yep,
Yeah.
I do.
He has to sell his gold chains to make up.
Yeah, I heard he had to sell his chains to buy the flight tickets and all that. That's why I wear them now. He sold them to me. To T trades.
That's a good trade. That's a good trade. Man, I was hoping XY would be on today so I could talk to him about this literal hand of God buyer that came in here at 970
Oh
this morning.
yeah. Oh no, just a casual, I don't know, 2000 lots NQ. It's something light. Something light. But yeah, he's gonna come back for one last hurrah on the afternoon stream and just make a fuss. You know what I mean?
All right. That
He's gonna
sounds
make a
good.
fuss, and then you may or may not see him in 2 weeks.
Hey, what do you think of my Bollinger Bands here? I think they're the best indicator out there.
Let me check. Let me check.
They're here in yellow.
Uh,
Look, we're bouncing from one Bollinger Band to another.
right. Isn't that what they paint? Don't they? I don't know. I don't know. Don't they repaint a little bit? What happens when they get bigger and smaller? Isn't there something that's supposed to go on?
I just know they are the best indicator in the world.
Well, I can't talk. All my I have the most emotional morning ever. This was insane. All my charts broke just as I was trying to be as long as humanly possible. It actually wasn't NinjaTrader's fault. I think the white van literally sent an EMP because I was making too much money. But this is a good, valuable lesson. Always have the NinjaTrader mobile app pulled up on your phone so you can GTFO when you need to.
Oh, you had to close out on it?
Yeah, I had to reboot my whole computer, but my stop was still in. So I dragged my stop up and was able to stay positioned. But whew, it was a wild time.
All right, so both trades are bouncing back up. Gold bouncing back up, ES back up.
Yeah. I took this again. I don't know. I don't know what's going on today. A bunch of people are super mad is what I'm seeing in order flow
Who's
land.
mad?
I don't know. 900 guy's mad. 908 guy has been super mad today. That was like the 5-day point of control pain in the ass from yesterday. Also, sellers were mad until I was like, dude, we're filling this gap. And then once again, sellers couldn't get it done. So I don't know. I imagine they're mad that they're all stuck down there at 68.70 for some reason. Totally destroyed by this 970 buyer. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a busy
Excuse me
morning.
while I not expose myself.
It's true. T-Trades does drink tea also out of that same. It's XY must have sold you that mug too.
Actually,
He's
he
selling
sold me his
everything.
entire house. If you look back here,
Okay, cool.
yeah,
Did you get his dog?
it was pennies on the dollar. I don't know. He was trying to rush out of the country. I don't know why.
He had some Rolex deals to deal.
Just consolidating today.
Woo. Anyways, did you guys make some points? What happened?
So, I made plenty money, but
Good. Okay.
the thing is, me and NQ, we kind of like started talking again,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
she got me. She took half of the money back.
Yep.
So now I don't know if I want to talk to NQ anymore. Yeah,
She'll do that. She will do that.
toxic, right?
I
You
don't.
know what?
This moves so fast. There's not a chance in hell I could have traded NQ today. Like no chance. Yeah.
Nice.
Nope.
Well, you had the same short that I did, right? Just on ES instead.
Yeah, that
So if
was
you
a
did that
very,
on
very
NQ,
clean short today. Yep.
you would have made plenty.
All right,
But
ES held
hopefully,
93. I think if we can get back above 09, 69.10, we can push up higher.
Yep. Same, man. Same.
Where you long from?
I had to get back in. I keep buying this same spot that you have, give or take. I also bought the overnight low a couple times. I've just been working trying to
93?
stay long right in here. But we can't get back in the +1. So it's turning into a very annoying bounce day. And like you said, NQ is much weaker here. And they keep running into a seller that will not lift off. I don't know. Maybe they can get out of here into the Europe close, and that can give us some upwards momentum. I don't
I'm
know.
hoping that we can still get some volatility in the afternoon so that I can fire off some trades before I just don't trade for 2 weeks.
I have so this happens to me some days. I've had to switch my brain like 3 times today, so I am cooked. I can barely like read anything right now. I spent the last hour and a half in turbo mode for sure, trying to read NQ and ES at the same time, and it's been a lot. So, but on the high time frame stuff, everything looks good for continuation. I don't know. We'll
Yeah,
go over
so
it. I got
far
a whole
so
hour to
good.
talk to the people.
Wait, hold on. Who's streaming in the afternoon? It's you, right? Is it you or Nick? It's
It's
you?
me. Thursday, baby.
Hmm.
Thirsty Thursday.
So far so good here.
Yep. Let's crack this. Let's see if this guy's still up here. How's the book
Joe,
looking?
yes. It's a perfect hair every day. My hair is perfect. Every day's a good day for perfect hair.
Dude, it's true, by the way. I mean, I didn't see Chris once with bad hair in Naples, and I watched him get off of a very long plane ride. And then, next morning getting on the airplane, we took an Uber together and, yep, locked in.
Yeah,
Perfection.
he's a good kid. He tries to copy my hair, but my hair is just nobody can. I was the best. I had the best hair in Naples that week. All right, well, Chris Daly's time is up, guys. I will continue to stay in this long. I'm also in gold, and it's not doing anything. But if we can continue to hold this 90s area, I'll stay in it with Stowe and see if maybe we can get that rally that we're looking for.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. They got you with the gold thing too? Fair enough.
I'm just getting ready for the competition. It's mine is Monday, and
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
That's what he thinks. He's gonna love it. NQ's toxic. Nobody talk to her. Everybody stop talking to her right now.
Nobody talked
So
to her.
I will see
Leave
you in
her
the
on red.
afternoon. Actually, I won't see you in the afternoon.
That's
My
right,
bad.
T. T, I'll
Someone
see you.
else
I'll
will.
see you in Florida.
Another guy will. But yeah, me and Chris, we gotta check out now and let fried brain Stowe take over.
Yeah,
So
it's gonna be a lot of rambling today. So get ready.
yeah, good
Thanks,
luck, y'all.
buddies.
all right, guys, you all take care. Later, chat
See you guys.
session. XY, enjoy your trip, my
Oh,
friends.
excuse me. Who?
Where is he?
No, that guy's already out of the country. Goodbye, guys. Everybody, goodbye. Bye.
Bye, bye, bye.
Ah, that was funny. Good morning. Good morning, chat. Whew. Man, I'm gonna need to touch some grass after this morning. Holy Moses. Yeah, but like some of my stuff won't load. I think I got the position tracker back. That was good. That was gone for a second. My computer got so mad. I think it must have updated or tried to do a thing. Yeah, I don't know. Woo. But hey, good morning, Jim. Guten Tag yourself. My Name ist Stowe. I got a little German. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What a fun stream. I didn't know that they had their Halloween costumes ready. I hope my Ferragamos get here in time for my costume tomorrow. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, very wild. Very wild day. Oh, good, Austin. Good. I'm glad you found that. Yes, that's a podcast we have. It's on there. There's a lot of episodes. So, for those who like podcasts. Yeah, I'm going to stay in it. I got half off again. I mean, it's definitely done a complete context shift. I wonder what this was. This was so aggro. And then this is where my chart broke. So these candles are not at what happened there. So that's a different thing. Yeah, that was wild. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Woo. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. What's this lowest? No, I don't know. I can't help you, Skiba. That's too. You lost me already. Haps du ein Bier, s'il vous plaît? Nope, I did French. I skipped into French. Oh, good morning, Tracy. Good morning. Good morning. Tracy, did Bowman say something that was fantastic? What came out of Bowman's mouth at 55 that everybody freaked out? It's tough with the Fed speakers. You never know who's going to say the thing that is the thing. And I've lost track of some of them too. So I don't know who's a more important Fed speaker. Good morning, Leo. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Josh. Yeah, no mask for me. I do have that same mask though floating around for my own entertainment purposes. Good morning, Fabio. Good morning. We're going to go over everything. We're going to talk about all the markets in a second. We're just going to let me get everybody in here. Oh, good. Fitz, that's or Mr. Joseph Platinum. That's a very funny joke. Bowman dressed up as a country with no inflation for Halloween. That is funny, dude. That is funny. Bonjour, Edwards. Bonjour. Hey, Jim. Good morning, Jim. Whew. I feel like I was just in a car accident, but I came out like I popped out of the windshield and ended up completely fine on the other side. So yes, pro tip, everybody. The technology you trade, your computer, all of those things can fail. The internet can fail. Anything can fail. And the great thing about NinjaTrader, one of the great things, is that they have an awesome app. It's just the NinjaTrader brokerage app. It has great tools, a good chart on there. But the best use case for that thing is if your internet goes down or your computer decides to nuke itself for no reason while you are long enough that you're a little uncomfortable, it's good to have that pulled up on your phone so you can hop in there and manage your position, especially in an extremely volatile market like this. All right. So it wasn't Bowman. Okay. So this is just a buyer down there, huh? I'm going to have to go back and look at that 68, 69 spot. Do you think they just bought it because it was 69 for the lulz? I'm not sure about that, Aneo. I'm not sure. Or Fitz, I mean, sorry. Aneo, the Aneljo? Whatever your name happens to be. Yeah, just look in the App Store for NinjaTrader. Pull it up. It's great. You can manage your brokerage account from there too. You can set your risk parameters, your daily loss limit, all that stuff. That'll get you sorted. It's great. Yeah, Doran. Yes, you can use. Yes, if you have a NinjaTrader brokerage account, that's what you use. You use the NinjaTrader app, not the Tradeovit app. I mean, you can use both, but the NinjaTrader app is really good, very clean, and that's what I like to use. Is there a countdown clock? I'm not sure, Rick. I'm not sure. Okay. All right. I think I'm ready to talk about this. Day. All right. So this you've heard me talk about the marking the previous day VWAP closes, right? You guys know I mark the VWAP itself, +1, -1, +2, -2. Those work the best, as a reminder, those work the best on days following days that are extremely volatile or have a big range, right? The larger the range, the better those happen to work. I don't know why that is. I've never quantified it, never bothered to, but it's a thing. Anyways, so post-Fed day, normal post-Fed day. Let's look at yesterday real fast. So this is ES. We had an extremely choppy, annoying day. We didn't get our trend day before the speech, which is annoying, but I've gotten a lot of those this year, so you can't be picky. We broke bigly out of the range and then found a buyer down here, 85s, and then just kind of reversed and did this bouncy bit for the rest of the day. This is an earnings report here, I think. Yeah, that's after 4. So this was, the hell was it? Meta, somebody else. Who knows? Big tech earnings here. This is a lot of movement. This is a large day for ES where the +1 to -1 is, it's like 30 points, 35 points. That's a big day. So anyways, I marked these things. And when we open up below the -1, I know from my rules, this is just a thing that I have to think about. And this is just my thing. You don't have to do it, but I'm just here to tell you what I'm up to. For my purposes, this puts a little clue in my mind that we are opening below the mean of yesterday, right? So we're opening at the lows. This was a pretty wild overnight session. There's not a ton to glean from the London 30-second opening range. I don't know what the hell Asian was up to. It bid like crazy and then sold off like crazy. Who knows? Anyways, we're opening down here and there was a seller right away. So, and I can't get one of the things that died is my executions, or maybe this was on, I've switched accounts a couple times today too. But anyways, I took a good short here and I was going for the gap fill and immediately got my face ripped off. I tried to re-short here a bunch and then I really got my face ripped off. That sucked. It reminded me why I really hate shorting, but I was happy with the execution. It's fine. I did a good job. This is a really extreme context shift. This is a tricky thing to play. In my little video about context and VWAP stuff, I kind of talk about how this is a setup here. It's pretty rare to even get it and have it be clean. This is a good spot to long 75s, but I didn't take it. I mean, it was moving so fast, man. Like, I wasn't confident that this was a good trade to get into. I did start buying it up here once we got above this 89, because this was yesterday's low. Once we got above these dudes, we reclaimed previous day low, started getting in here, took some longs off to the blue line. Now we're just fighting to chug through this. I'll get the big chart out in a second, but it's important to look back and see like what you're actually trading inside of, especially post a news day where the market did a bunch of emotional stuff. We are still below the previous day's -1. So they're building volume below the mean of yesterday. So that's what I'm thinking about this. So while I like this long on the context of the day, I don't really like it in the context of what happened yesterday. And it's not as clean to see, but these are a bunch of lows from the overnight, right? You can see that we are running back into those lows with all of these candles. So this is what this resistance is. It might give up, and that's what we want because we're long, but it's good. It's a good idea to have some sort of context for what you're trading into, what kind of market participants you may be trading into. These are previous longs that spent all night being long Asia, London, pre-market. and then they all got washed out. So again, support becomes resistance, blah, blah, blah. So that's ES. And let me get the big chart out real fast. All right. So, I mean, this is maybe the most bullish chart I've ever seen in my entire life. I can't believe these turkeys couldn't crack. Look at how ridiculous this is. These sellers were so weak down here. They couldn't even crack Sunday's lows. They couldn't do it. They ticked it to the tick down there. 69. Crazy. This is also weird that I don't know if I've ever traded and had this happen. I got to zoom out for it. Okay, so purple bands, that's our monthly. And as we come up into the month end, like these are as powerful as they're going to be this week. And so I've never had multiple days trade above the second standard deviation of a monthly band before. This might be the strongest trend I've ever personally experienced. So that's fun. And then we're also in Thursday, so we can use the weekly bands with high confidence. Yeah, this was yesterday. You can see we came down in and we held the -1. I mean, we jammed into it here at the as soon as yeah 3. So part of the speech, it gets jammed into. I mean, these are best used as guides. Like, I'm not trading these levels. I just have them in my mind. And so right now this is also why I'm buying these low 90s is we are trying to stay inside of the band. And what I would like us to do is to get above the weekly VWAP, and that's going to open up price for us to get to 69.31 up here on the other side of value. I don't know if that's going to happen today. I got to imagine these sellers are exhausted up here, but maybe they've got all this 08 guy's got all the bullets. And the other thing about this too is this 08 spot has been a pivot and has now become the point of control, for the last 6 or so days. So it's there. Once you get back into, my cat's opening my door. Hey, bud. Once you get back into value like this, it's going to take a while to get to the other side. So it makes sense that we're slowing down here. I would like to see higher prices, but I won't be surprised if that takes all day to get it. So that's ES. I don't know what NQ is doing, but I mean, we can look. And NQ is doing a much less cool thing. NQ is like triple violence. Big opening drive down. Ooh, that's actually a nicer version of my setup. I didn't, yeah, that's a very good one. Yeah, I didn't have this chart up. Like I said, this is when all my stuff was crashing this morning, but this is good. Big opening drive down, reclaim. This band starts to flatten out. And then this is a good trade to the other side. What's that? 50. Yeah, it's like 100 points. That's very nice. If I was in this, I would rarely take it the whole way. I would take most off at VWAP itself because you're in a counter trend moment there for sure. Yeah, then trend up and now drive down. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so now NQ is turning itself into a balanced day with this insane buyer down here. I think I took a screenshot of it so I could show everybody later if that reset. Yeah, I did. Yeah. So this is this dude. So this is the low and this is the delta at the low. I mean, it's pretty uncommon for somebody to lift that many lots like that and in NQ, and then price immediately got away. Price immediately said, "Get me out of here." So this is another good reason why I like delta at price as opposed to cumulative delta. Is you get to narrow in on the exact kind of activity that happened there, and then see where the market travels from that spot. So yeah, woo, spicy day. Zachary, I use 65 points rotations for NQ, and I use 10-point rotations for ES. So that's how often my stuff resets. Hey, you're welcome, bud. You're welcome. Okay, the Dow's rallying. I mean, that makes sense. NQ's kind of stuck in the middle, but ES is trying to party at the highs. So yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Jim. Shapley was really up on the third standard deviation. That's crazy. I don't even look at that thing. Now I don't like, I don't like this. I don't like this passive guy here. I have let me see. I need to do some thinking. Yeah, I'm up 75 points already today. Okay. I got to think about this. No, I'm in an ES. I have one ES lot on, Mr. Market. You can see this fancy position tracker guy that lives on my screen. It tells you what I'm up to. Long one, 6,893.5. That shows how much money I'm in profit. And then this is the full trade. If we got up to 67.19, that would be $1,200 to risk 188. So that is what the position tracker is for. What? That's a weird. Okay, NQ. Is there a delta by price to? Okay, so I don't think so. No, because they don't have TradingView doesn't have tick data. There's there's like a crazy expensive plan that they have that says it has tick data, but I don't think that is the same tick data that we use. So you wouldn't be able to get that information. The difference between delta at price and delta by time is just that. So delta by time would appear down here at the bottom of the screen. And so you could set it to, just like I set it to show me every tick of delta over here, you could set it to show you how much delta exists at a time frame, I guess. I don't know how that would be helpful, but maybe there's a way to trade that. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about time. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know how they'd pull that delta though. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's basically so all the delta is showing you is it's just the bid minus the ask at that price. And it's all up to, how you interpret that delta based on what you're trying to trade in front of you. That's how you use it. So all right, we'll give you an example. I'm working on this. This is episode 2 of my little class or whatever the hell we're calling that thing. But so we are long. I am long at the moment right? So I am looking for bid continuation. So that means that I want to see red delta, which is passive bid delta, showing up and being supportive, and then price moving higher away from that. I want to see blue delta getting run over. So when these dudes show up here and price is moving against me, this is the opposite of what I want to see. So this is how I'll take this into consideration when, like, I might get out of this trade. If this bid delta here is not supportive, I'll probably close this because I mean it's 10 points. I'm not trying to pretend like $500 isn't $500. You know what I mean? So what this would mean here, we can narrate this because it hasn't happened yet. So what's happening here is market buys are crossing the spread into resting offer liquidity, which is selling. And these market buys do not have enough strength to get through them, and prices instead moving in the opposite direction. Now, these are market sells here, and they are currently being rewarded with lower prices. So, I mean, you got to give it a second to churn around. Obviously, this isn't like instant, but if this breaks down more, then this is going to be rewarded selling, and this might be, you know, the sign of a pullback. So we're looking at, I mean, remember, we're looking at 10-point rotations. We're looking at tiny increments of the day. So that's how I use delta in the moment to try to figure out what I should be up to. And right now it's telling me maybe I should get out of this. I wish, and I keep looking at NQ like, hey, buddy, you got anything for me? And it's like, nope, sorry, I'm just going to sit here at previous day all forever. It has no love. It has no info for me. Paulo, you can see resting orders on a depth of market. Those are not all of the resting liquidity, though, so keep that in mind. There was a really good sequence around 6,900 that I guess I'll close below that guy. Yeah, so these sellers currently being rewarded. There was a big iceberg at 6,900, I think, like right here at 1035. If you want to go back and replay a depth of market, you can see that here. And this, when this dude got filled, so not all resting liquidity is going to show up on the book, because if, you know, large institutions put 10,000 lots all up on a price, you know, they're going to have a target on their back, number one. And number two, that's probably not the most efficient way to execute that. So it might not surprise you that banks and whatever, they have computer programs that execute over the course of X amount of prices in different ways. They also use iceberg orders, which are, we'll get out of here. I still want to hold this 96. I don't know. Hold on. Let me pause that explanation for a second. Let me see where we're at. Okay. 94. I have a really good fill. I'm just going to hold it. I'm just going to chill with this. We'll see what happens. I might add one here too. I like being below that low. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Anyway, so not all resting liquidity is going to show up on the book. The other way to see that is just with your eyes as it executes. And what you'll see is you'll see a bunch of delta appearing quickly out of nowhere. It's not a resting order. That is a computer program that is executing an iceberg order, meaning that an iceberg order comes from, it's called that because the order is bigger below the surface than you think that it is, because you can't see it on the book. So that's also resting liquidity. So I use delta at price to find all of that liquidity, which includes resting liquidity that appears on the book and resting liquidity that does not appear on the book, because this is just going to show me the sum either way of whatever was executed there. David, there's not really videos like that where I go and yeah, I have a video on paintingthetape.net, which is the first in my little class or whatever. It's mostly about how I use VWAP stuff for determining trend continuation, that sort of thing. But I mean, Lord knows I've talked about it a lot on this YouTube channel. So you could go back and watch all like 100 of my shows when I talk about it, or you could tune in every day and just ask. That's fine too. But yeah, the second part of that course is going to be about using delta at price in real time to gauge buying and selling activity, and what I should be up to. Oh, okay, Mr. Josh, that makes sense. They just use uptick and downtick for delta. Fair. Oh, I'm sorry, Frinton. Did I say that backwards? Yeah, it's ask minus the bid. I apologize. Ask minus the bid is what delta is showing you. If I said that upside down. Paintingthetape.net, Edwards, and it's free. It doesn't cost anything. There's only one episode so far, but we're in the process of making that website cool and filling it with content. So Paulo, Paulo says the DOM, but it moves so fast it's almost impossible. The DOM doesn't move that fast for me. I have been looking at it for a very long time, and just like when you do anything for a super long time, you're gonna get a vibe for it. You're gonna get a feel for that, and it's the only thing that, I mean, I really think anybody can be just as good at this as I am if you just take enough time and spend that much time staring at the DOM. That might sound like a miserable nightmare, but and if it does, you probably aren't you don't want to be a trader, or the same kind of trader that I am, and that's okay. But yeah, it's just screen time, man. You just got to get your 10,000 hours in, and once you do, it's like, yeah, learning how to play a guitar looks hard, right? But if you work on it for 10,000 hours, you're going to get to the point where it's not that hard and it feels easy. All right, I'm watching this spot now. What the hell time is it again? All right, 10:37, 11:37. So this is the bottom of the weekly band here on ES. Trying to watch. I mean, it's kicked off this RTH Open like a billion times. So could just as soon lose this 92 spot. We'll see. Oh, Lord. Look at that big guy at 87. All right. Stopped. Cool. Yeah, there's been a bunch of pretty wild liquidity games today. So we'll see. Maybe we can get down to 85. I mean, that's what I'd really like. I'd really like to run that 86 spot. I might have to get back into this. We'll see. No, I don't. The Hans asks, Stowe, do you tick compress on any of your DOMs across ES and NQ? No, I do not. I look at the whole thing like a total psycho. Yeah, zigzag. I mean, all the videos are just up there. You can watch every video that there is that any of us have ever done, I think. Yes, Zachary Johnson. I use pulling and stacking. Yes, that is a very, very important part of the DOMs that I look at. Right now, for example, on NQ, they're really stacking the offer. They're trying to continue to push lower here at this. We'll switch over to NQ. Yeah, so there's a seller doing something. Yeah, no real bid delta down here. I mean, we've come back to this 600 spot. How many times now? Yeah. And remember, this was that crazy bid. This was insano liquidity right here. So could be cool to get a test there. Let me see. Okay, we have not broken either IB in ES and NQ also. So that's good to note. IB's all the way down there. Think you know it all, but you don't know any better. No, today is hard, Catnip. Today is not easy mode. This is a big, big range. This is a lot of price discovery going on. This day has switched context 3 times now. So it ain't you. It's good that you recognize that, though. It's important to recognize the days that are in your wheelhouse, how those days feel, the days that are not in your wheelhouse, how those days feel. This is what I want right here. So there's resting liquidity that keeps like pulling down. All right, we got this guy. Yeah, chill vibes. I use pull stack for just for everything, just to determine the kind of, order flow that's happening at that spot. If sellers are continuing to pile on like they are on NQ right now, it's going to drive price lower. I actually see I'm able to see pulling and stacking a little better on NQ than I am on ES for whatever reason. I can't, yeah, Jacob. So the way to think about it is, seriously, is that all they're going to give me? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if I should be getting back into this long. Wait, I'll wait a little bit. So the best way to think about it is red is resting bid liquidity. Blue is resting offer liquidity. Both of those things show up and appear when more market orders have gone into those than have gone to the other side, right? So if it's ask minus the bid and you have a positive number, that's more resting liquidity than market orders at that spot. And so you just look at it you could just look at it to see what's happening at those prices. But like right now, what I want to see is, if I'm trying to be long down here, I want to see resting bid liquidity show up, absorb a bunch of sellers that are trying to break through. And then I want to see those sellers quit and price move in the other direction. So right here, I'd be looking for red to lean off of. just like up here, when we saw this passive offer come in, that kind of capped price there at 905 and price moved away from it. So this passive selling is on sides at the moment. And all of the active selling that it has done, which is all the red, it's also on sides. So right now, this context is, I mean, it's not difficult to see. It's moving basically straight down. But right now, the market context in this little rotation that I'm trading is price is moving lower. Sellers are being rewarded. Yeah, Mr. Josh, I see that dude doing goofy stuff with his 900. I think it's gone now. Dorid asks, how long is the delay between what we see and what you're showing? I think it's like 15 seconds. It's really short. It might even be less. Might even be 10 seconds. But it's low. It's quite low. Yeah, Damon's. Says Stowe, can you explain onsides and offsides like I'm 5? Yes. If you're on sides, it means that your idea is working. If you are off sides, that means your idea is not working. For example, if I am buying up here at 69.04 right here and price moves away from me, my idea sucks 1,000 butts. And I'm very wrong because price is 20 points lower over here. So I am off sides if I bought right here. And if I sold right here, my idea is awesome because price is 20 points lower. So I am on sides, meaning that my idea, great. I took neither of those trades, but this is what it is. White noise, I use, okay, so my DOM columns are price. Let me see. I'll look at, yeah, ES is easier to see. So price, resting bids, bid pull stack, and then I use recent bid, recent offer, offer pull stack, resting offer. So I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 columns on my DOM. You're welcome. Damon's, I'm pretty good at explaining stuff to people like they're 5. I had like a year worth of practice. I can also explain stuff to people like they're 6. I don't know how to explain things to people like they're 7 yet, though. So yeah. Catnip, kind of. So Catnip says, so you want to see absorption first and then delta flip to see a reversal. You want to, yeah. So it depends on what you're trying to do. Like you can read delta however you want. It is literally just going to show you the ask minus the bid. It's not magical. I mean, this would be nice. They're going to give me this. Previous day low is like right there though at 82. That might make me buy this. Let me see. No, I shan't. I shan't buy this. Yeah, this is fine. This can leave without me and I won't be sad. Oh, wait. Nope, I am going to buy it. I lied. Chad, I lied. That was a big context flip there. Okay. I don't know. I might need another. It's not the world's best fill. We're going to widen them up today because we got a big range. Make sure I got my risk good. 525. Okay. Dane, I've never seen an opera, so no. I don't know if I can. Not a big musicals guy. I guess some are fine. It's just not really something I go looking for, you know. NQ bid has begun to exist in a very fun way here. Needs to get above the 26K. I got a guy up there. He's trying. He wants to party. Let's see, 1149. Sellers nerfed. This freaking 980, this 900 guy is sitting at the 80s now. I don't know what he's up to, but I don't like it. I'm trying to see if something, you know, there's a lot of stuff that happens when, you know, you get in the trade. I actually thought about a good blackjack analogy for it today when I was running. We'll see if XY is listening. I'll run it past him later. But there are times when you get into a trade and you don't like that trade. Sometimes you're like, oh, I hate being in this trade. Right now is kind of one of those times. I got into that trade. I saw a big context shift, and then it might have just shifted right back off 68.90. But it's a lot like when you get dealt a 19 and the dealer has a 10, and you're like, gah, this is a good trade. I should be in this trade. It's a 19. This trade's a 19. Doesn't mean that you can't lose to a 20 still. More like splitting. I don't like splitting anything that isn't aces, to be honest with you. Freaking nightmare. Aside from that 80, dude, I don't really have anything to get me out of this, so I'll chill. I would like NQ buyers to stop getting absorbed there. I don't know how long it's going to take this dude at 970 to get all of his business done. It seems like that's what we're waiting for down here. This is also the buyer from yesterday is right here too on ES. Even though the previous day low is down at like 82 and a quarter. G line's at 81. Nah, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, the offer is not pulling here on NQ. It's continuing to keep that pressure on. There's an active bid too, so it's like, I don't know. They're having a fight. It makes sense that they're having a fight down there because that's where somebody lifted like 2,000 offers.
Yo.
Hey, Jim, what's up, homie?
My God.
Austin, you crack me up, bud. How are you, Jim?
Well, I'm pretty good. Yeah, so the folks listening can't hear behind the scenes. Sometimes it's funny.
Oh, that's good.
I like the trade, though.
What a day, homie. Woo.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we got some more earnings this afternoon. I think Amazon and Apple, maybe.
Yep. It's gonna be something.
Well,
man, there's so much range. I mean, it's a scalper. That term is a little overused, scalper's paradise, but
Yeah.
this is, I mean, this is the jam for somebody that likes to grab 10 points every 45 minutes. So I'm gonna be stuck at this desk for a little while.
I gotcha. But you're gonna get it, man. I have high hopes.
Thanks. Thanks, Jim.
Yeah.
Jim always believes in me, chat, and that brings me great joy.
Christian had a great trade, a similar trade. He had a great trade this morning too.
Yep. Well, Christian's a killer. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw his hairdo, I was thinking, wait a second. What is going on in my world?
Yep. He's getting in that Halloween spirit.
Yeah, but I split everything except for picture cards.
That's fair.
It's where's the fun in that splitting? I mean, it's just fun. You never know what you're gonna get.
I will hit a 16. I will hit double eights against a 10. I do not split 2 8s against a 10. That's the one thing I leave the book for. But
okay.
other than that, I just hold my breath and go for it.
All right. Well, we're gonna play one day and we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Yes, we are. All right, let's go. Jim's good luck. I tell you this all the time, Jim, but it's true. Look at that trade. Let's
Don't
go.
jinx
Let's
me.
go. It's good. This is fine. That's plenty.
Shape Caps talking Blue Jays flying wild right now. You're right, man. They're a good team.
Woo! That's
No
right.
doubt.
Go Jays.
No doubt.
I love when the Dodgers lose. Oh, I love it. Oh, warms my heart.
Look at that goal, man. You're gonna get this right now.
You think? I mean, I like that. We need to get NQ to, be done with this 26K level and then get back into what it was up to. I should maybe lower this a little bit. Let me see.
Yeah, it knows you're long. This market, look at that. It knows you are long right here. Come on.
Be somebody. You got to cross.
Live up to your potential, Candle.
I'm just looking. I'm trying, Mr.
Come on.
VWAP.
There you go.
There we go. Play that free bird, Kevin. All right, cool.
Anyway,
well, we'll see where we're at this afternoon. Maybe I'm still in this trade.
You're back this afternoon, right?
Yes, sir. With
Who you
either
bet?
T trades or XY. I don't know.
You never know who's going to be here. You never know. In any event, well, thank you for everybody. Hit that thumbs up for Stowe. You just saw that thing pop for you. Come on, Pup Cup, get down. And the subscriptions. Thank you, everybody, for
even Napoleon's excited. You can't be upset.
There we go. All right, Nepo, you got to wait a minute. All right, so Stowe, thank you very much. Appreciate you as usual. You are the best. We will see you this afternoon. I'm going to do a really quick edge report on a couple of markets that I think are interesting.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, chat. See you in a bit.
All right, real quickly, folks, we have this 30-year bonds. Me and Telly were talking about this all morning long. I have a daily chart up on the screen right now. And today's candle formation, it's kind of a textbook. I mean, right now, if we closed right here, some folks would say this is a dragonfly doji or a bullish reversal candle. Now, we've only had a couple down days, so it's, it wasn't much of a downtrend, even though we have kind of a really big red candle here. But keep an eye on this thing. We'll see where this doji closes, if it is even a doji by the end of the day. But right now, it's looking like a dragonfly, which look at how big the wick is at the bottom. So sellers came in, and then buyers took over and pushed us all the way back up. And then intraday, really quickly here, remember, point of control is still pretty high from yesterday, right? 18, 26, 30 seconds. And we do have this put support level at 1800 we got to get through. We tried it overnight and failed. So keep an eye on that as well. But we do have a really nice V-shaped recovery right now. We're trading above VWAP. We're trading above that one-day min. And we are trading right above a value area high. So looking like a little bit of a comeback here. Me and Deli talked about, we'll be looking to buy dips here in the bonds. So something is starting to percolate right here. What's the other market I wanted to talk about? The Dow, the mini Dow. I don't know if you saw that edge report, but let me find my YM contract. Now, remember, we have earnings. Now, there's only 30 components in the Dow, right? The Dow 30. And you have a situation where two of the bigger ones are going to, not bigger ones, they're 14 and 15 on the weighted cap list for the 30. But, you have Amazon and Apple coming out. And, there's this high expectation that these are the hot stocks to look at, even though Goldman Sachs, believe it or not, is the number one weighted cap stock in that index. But by market cap. Anyway, bullish engulfing candle from a body point of view. We're trying to get back up to the highs from yesterday on the $5 Dow. Intraday, kind of really nice drive up to that R1 level. We fell a little bit short of previous session's highs, and then we kind of sold off a little bit here. Picture perfect kind of retracements happening again. Again, though, we're above the value area high, even though the volume profile is a little bit wonky right now, and we're way above that the VWAP as well. So my expectations is this VWAP is going to start kind of flattening out, and I'd be looking for a VWAP touch myself. But maybe this market knows something that we don't. Today, when we trade in the close, we are going to stick around for a couple extra minutes to see what kind of earnings we could see pop up on our screen this afternoon. So, having said all that, folks, thanks for being here with us. Today, NinjaTrader Live. We had a great session today, for sure. Appreciate the thumbs up, appreciate the subscriptions, appreciate the positivity in the chat. Everyone is helping each other out. Love to see that. Hey, check that out. We have that Edgeful sentiment indicator up on the screen. Also, keep an eye on that as well. That tracks the S&P and the NASI in a very calculated way. So, thank you, Edgeful, for that. So, having said all that, everybody, have a nice, relaxing lunch. Fuel up. We'll see you this afternoon for Trading Close.